ngabahlali lapha kulommandla usihlalo ke uyanibulisa ungusihlalo ohloniphekileyo utata uNgcwangu uhamba ke nekomiti ye-rural development. Uyacela into yoba ke kube kumhlali mhlawumbi ozoba livolontiye asivulele intlanganiso.
Masithandazo egameni kaThixo uyise uThixo unyana noThixo umoya oyingcwele. Amen. Kristu malusolungileyo masukubulele ubukho bakho Thixo malusolungileyo. Sasa nje sithe Thixo malusolungileyo xa sivuka nathi sabalela kwabaphilileyo ngenxa yesandla sakho sofefe malusolungileyo sicela wena ke Kristu uzungene nokungena kwethu. Sibulela wena amandla wakho Thixo malusolungileyo ukuthi zonke izinto neentetho zathi ziphume phakathi apha Thixo malusolungileyo ibe nguwo zazilawula Thixo malusolungileyo siphume apha kukho indwana Kristu malusolungileyo. Sicela wena ke Kristu uzusikhokele ke emini namhlanje nabo bezayo nezithuthi esizikhwele naxa sigoduka Kristu malusolungileyo Thixo sihambe kunye nathi uhlale kuloo mavili Kristu malusolungileyo. Sibulela ke nale potipoti yamalusolungileyo othe wena wayinula izoba lapho kuSunday River Valley malusolungileyo Thixo ezokujongana nezikhalazo zethu malusolungileyo.
Siyabulela. Thank you so much. May I take this opportunity to introduce the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee who are present here today. I will request honorable members to, as I introduce them, to please rise so that the members of the community may actually see them. We have the honorable member, Mrs. Maseko. I'm sure she will do with a round of applause. We have Honorable Mkhaha. We have Honorable Nana. We have Honorable Dr. Matlasi. I have Honorable Van Wyk. Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Gqeberha. Is there any member that I may be? Accompanying us is our support staff. We have the secretary of the committee, Mr. Lwazipen. We have our content advisor, Dr. Manenze. And we have our two beautiful ladies, Cynthia, I can't see her, where is she? And Tembi, where are they sitting? Okay, present here with us is the Honorable Mayor of the local municipality here, Mr. Lucas. If he can actually just stand or raise his hand, if he's around, okay. Then we have, is he here now or not?
He was here, but I don't know where is he now.
Who's this?
Mr. Ndondin, MEC is not here. He sent Dr. Ndondin. Ndondin.
We had invited the MEC for Agriculture, but could not make it, and then a representative is actually amongst us, Dr. Ndondini. Okay. There is also the honorable member of the Provincial Portfolio Committee on Land Reform and Agriculture, the Honorable Mr. Pillay. And the Chief Director, Mr. Gqeberha, I will introduce him and I will ask him to come forward and introduce his team. Mr. Gqeberha.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to all the members of the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to all the stakeholders that are here, and good morning to all the government officials, and special good morning to the farmers and local communities. My name is Phakamisa Mgqeberha. I am the Chief Director responsible for the Provincial Office of the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. Yes, okay, I'm audible now. Oh, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Phakamisa Mgqeberha. I am the Chief Director responsible for the Provincial Office of the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. Let me state that the delegation of the department is led by the Deputy Director General responsible for provincial operation, Ms. Bill Letomba. In terms of the provincial office, we've got the senior management, two senior managers that are with us here, Mr. Gqeberha and Mr. Tate. And then in terms of our stakeholder, the department Director, Dr. Khozani. To save time, can I ask all the officials from the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, both province and district, to just stand up? Thank you so much. And then the delegations from the Provincial Department of Agriculture to just stand up. All right, thank you so much, Nkosi.
Siyabulele, Mr. Mketezi. On the part of the petitioners, I would request Ms. Mguga and Mr. Dada to actually come forward and introduce their delegations from the petitioners, I think. After the introductions, then I would request the Chief Director again to come back and give us some overview of what actually is going on here, so that we then begin to engage issues. Thanks, Dad.
Good morning, all. My name is Sipesihle Mguga. I'm an attorney at the Legal Resources Center. I'm accompanied by Ms. Ritabile Cindy, our candidate attorney. Now, she's over there. Now I'm going to hand over to Mr. Dada, who's going to introduce himself and some of the beneficiaries that we have today. Thank you.
Molweni. NginguSimpiwe Dada. I'm working for an NGO, Khanyisa, based here in Gqeberha. With us, we are with the beneficiaries of Kangela, Elutando, plus Elutando, Imenganyawo. Nkosini.
So much.
Okay, thank you for those introductions. May I please invite the Chief Director to give us an overview of the activities of this area. And after whom we will then ask a representative of the petitioners also to make an input, and then we will take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It looks like to save time, Chair, can I request that I proceed and talk to the presentation? All right, thank you so much. All right. Basically, what we are stating as the department is that the department embarked on a equity schemes program, whereby the department was buying shares for various HDI communities, farm workers.
Kule nkqubo singene kuyo ke silisebe besithenga ii-shares kwezi HDIs.
Entity, various agricultural entities for the HDIs.
Kumaqumrhu ngamaqumrhu ke ezolimo sisenzela ii-HDIs.
Basically, in terms of the protocol, is that the departments of agriculture across the provinces that were identified were going to undertake the monitoring of those entities.
Bekunyanzelekile ke into yoba amasebe ezolimo kwilizwe jikelele azame ke ngoku ukubeka esweni ezi entities.
The project was implemented in partnership with commercial partners.
Le project ke yathi yasungulwa kusetyenziswana namashishini namaqumrhu namahlakani ezolimo.
The HDI beneficiaries became equity owners in those businesses.
Kwaye ke ngoku aba baxhamle be-HDIs bafumana izabelo kwezo schemes.
The unfortunate part was that they were not land owners, they were just shareholders in the business, not necessarily on the land ownership.
Ngelishwakazi elikhulu into yoba ke bona bebengengabo banini bomhlaba kodwa bebenezabelo njengokwentengo kodwa bebengengabo abanikazi bomhlaba.
Which thus compromised tenure security of the HDI beneficiaries.
Ngoko le nto ngoku yababeka ke ngoku esichengeni bengekho abaxhamle bezi HDIs abanalo ukhuseleko lokuhlala emhlabeni.
The land ownership remained in the hands of the commercial partners.
Ingxaki enkulu ke ngoku into yobana obu bunini bomhlaba kula mafama hayi aba baxhamli bezi HDIs.
In essence, we are saying that these equity schemes were just joint ventures between owners of agribusiness and the farm workers.
Eneneni ke ngoku sithi ke ngoku obu buhlakani ibilunaniselwano okanye ibizivumelwano nje phakathi kwabasebenzi zifama kunye naba bantu bangamafama hayi aba basebenza efama bebengakangobanini bomhlaba bona ibilunaniselwano nje phakathi kwala maqela omabini.
A total of 89 equity schemes were implemented across the country, with the majority of them, 61% were from the Western Cape and 24% coming from the Eastern Cape province.
89 ke yezi schemes zezaphunyezwa kwilizwe jikelele uninzi ke belupha eNtshona Koloni lingu-61% umyinge wawo ezinye ke izikimi zangu-24% apha eMpuma Koloni.
In terms of the diagnosis, during the years of implementation, a number of challenges emerged as per the initial reviews of these schemes model between 2005 and 2008. And
Phakathi ke kwa-2005 no-2008 kubonakele kukho imicelimingeni okanye iingxaki okanye amagingxigingxi avelayo kulo mcimbi wezi equity schemes.
Zalo Capital was commissioned to conduct a review of the 89 equity schemes in 2011.
Ngo-2011 ke uZalo Capital wanikwa uxanduva loba makakayiphengulule le meko akazame ukuyihlalutya ayijonge.
Some of the key challenges that were identified were the lack of empowerment of beneficiaries.
Omnye umcelimngeni ke wabonakala into yoba abaxhamli okanye ii-beneficiaries khange zixhotyiswe okanye zinikwe ulwazi oluphangaleleyo.
Lack of tenure security for resident farm workers.
Bekungekho ke nankxaso yokuba baxhaswe banikwe ingqiniseko yokuhlala kulo mhlaba abawusebenzayo.
Poor working relations between the managers and the shareholders, including mistrust and labor-related conflicts between the farm managers and the shareholders.
Eneneni ke ngoku kubekho kungavisisani kakhulu phakathi kwamafama nabanini zabelo kwezi skimu.
The then Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform placed a moratorium on these equity schemes in 2009.
Ngo-2009 ke umphathiswa wezemihlaba owayephethe ngelo xesha wathi
The moratorium was followed by a series of engagement with various stakeholders, including national reference groups of the equity schemes.
Kwanyanzeleka ke into yoba kudityaniswe intloko kwesi sigaba sokunqunyanyiswa kumaqela la achaphazelekayo kujongwe into yoba uphi undonakele.
During the consultative session, an action plan was agreed to.
Eneneni ke emva koba kuboniswene kwanyanzeleka kuthathwe isicwangciso sentshukumo kube kumkhombandlela oya phambili.
The plan provided for, amongst other things, recommended the review and possible amendments of shareholder agreements.
Kwanyanzeleka uba ke ngoku makukhe kujongwe kuqwalaselwe lwamaxwebhu aphengululwe la athetha ngezi zabelo.
Review and amendment of the policy itself.
Kujongwe nomgaqo-nkqubo lo uba ingaba usebenza njani na.
Lifting of the moratorium upon conclusion and meeting of certain conditions.
Kwathiwa ke emva kokuba kuvunyelelwe ngeemeko ezithile kuzokupheliswa ngokunqunyanyiswa kodwa emva kokuba kuye kwaqwalaselwa iimeko ezithile.
The review was concluded in 2013 and then the moratorium was lifted.
Ngo-2013 ke ngoku oko kunqunyanyiswa kwale ntsebenziswano kwaphinde kwavuselelwa kwakhona kwathiwa maqhutywe.
Further issues that were identified was that in most schemes that were reviewed, beneficiaries did not know the basis on which dividend payments were made.
Eneneni ke kwabonakala into yoba abantu abaninzi abazii-beneficiaries bebengayazi uba imali ibhatalwa phi okanye intlawulo bangayifumana phi na.
In most schemes, there were no documented dividend policy.
Kwizikims ezininzi ke bekungekho namaxwebhu atshoyo into yoba ii-dividends zibhatalwa phi okanye kuthiwani ngazo.
The beneficiaries did not have a say in terms of the dividends themselves and the value of those dividends.
Abaxhamli okanye ii-beneficiaries bebengenalizwi into yoba izabelo zabo bangazingathwani bangazifumana njani.
The larger the number of beneficiaries, the more smaller the dividends, which caused confusion because some of the beneficiaries with smaller numbers get more dividends than those with larger numbers.
Ingxaki apho ikhoyo ke into yoba xa abaxhamli bebaninzi bebengafumani zabelo zininzi kodwa xa ii-beneficiaries zilugcuntswana bekukhona zizuza kakhulu yabangela ingxaki loo.
Chair, probably I won't have to, because of time constraints, I won't have to go through project by project.
Eneneni ke sihlalo ngenxa yexesha elingekhoyo andizukungena nzulu ndichaze ndinabe ngokweproject ngeproject.
But in conclusion, Honorable Chair, we are stating that the provinces wherein these equity schemes were implemented, the department is recommending that we should resuscitate the assessment of this equity scheme and verify the status of each project.
Eneneni ke sihlalo ngoku thina silisebe siphuma ngelithi kulamaphondo anezi-equity schemes siyafuna into yoba ke siphinde siziqwalasele sizivavanye ukusebenza kwazo.
And we are also mobilizing various stakeholders to participate in this process, which will entail commercial farmers, private sector, government departments, and all various state entities to be part of the process so that it becomes a comprehensive assessment.
Siyafuna ke sihlalo into yoba sidibanise onke amaqela achaphazelekayo, amafama, abezoshishino, ii-beneficiaries njalo njalo ukuze sikwazi ke ngoku into yoba sibe nendlela eyaphambili.
Further recommending the auditing of previous dividends, as it remains a key issue that is raised in each of the equity schemes that have been visited.
Siphinde kwakhona ngosiphicothe sijonge uba ingabe ezi dividends ezi bezikhona bezimiselwe kanjani na.
The mechanisms of enhancing security of tenure for all the participating farm workers and also dealing with labor-related issues.
Sikwazi kwakhona ngesijonge nobudlelwane bezabasebenzi uba bume njani kwakhona ke ngoku nalaa ngqiniseko yoba banikwe isithuba sokuhlala emhlabeni abasebenzi fama siqwalasele nayo loo.
And at the end of the day, come up with a consolidated, structured documentation that comes with the remedial options.
Emva koko ngoku size ke ngoku namasolotya okanye namaxwebhu aza nezisombululo kule ngxubakaxaka.
In terms of the program, Honorable Chair, 5 equity schemes, farms have been sampled to be visited over the next 3 days.
Kwezi ntsuku zintathu ke sihlalo sothi sityelele equity schemes ezintlanu.
2 are envisaged to be visited today.
Ezimbini equity schemes sizokuzivelela namhlanje.
With one of them being Brandwag Farm, which has got a representation in the room itself.
Enye yazo ke ilapha phakathi kwethu kuthiwa yi-Brand Farm nayo ke izonikwa ithuba.
The second one being Endolini Development Trust.
Esibini ke yi-Endulini Development Trust.
Chair, to save time, we have circulated the profile of all 5 that have been sampled to be visited.
Ewe ke sihlalo ke ukuze silondoloze ixesha sesagqithisa amaxwebhu okanye incwadana apho sineprofile equity scheme nganye nganye siyichaza siyibonisa uba isebenza njani ime njani nangokwe-organogram.
And to avoid misrepresentation, I would request that I don't go through the profile because their members are able to articulate their challenges and their background accurately.
Nam ke sihlalo ke ngokwesikhundla sam andifuni ukuba ndibe sanda kakhulu. Bakhona abameli okanye iinkokheli ke zezi equity fund zizokwazi zona zisinabisele zisityebisele uba basebenza njani njalo njalo.
On that note, I would like to conclude my submission.
Ndisamile kuloo ndawo ndiyabulela.
And also to state that I made an omission. Mr. Bess, who is the head of ministry in the Provincial Department of Agriculture, is here representing the MEC. Ndicela uphakame tata. Enkosi kakhulu, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Director, for that briefing. I will now invite the representatives of the petitioners to actually also come forward and do their presentations.
Ndizothi ke ngeli thuba ndicele iinkokheli okanye abameli bezi-equity schemes bazokwenza ii-presentations apha ngaphambili ezi sezichaziwe bazikhona.
Good morning, and thank you so much to the Portfolio Committee, as well as the officials from the Department of Land Reform for taking the time to be here today.
Enkosi kakhulu ke siyabulela kakhulu ngokuba sibe namalungu e-Portfolio Committee yaseParliament abelapha phakathi kwethu sibulela kananjalo nangepresentation eyenziwe ligosa lesebe elibelime ngaphambili.
Sure. This oversight visit is significant in a way that cannot be overstated. It is rare to see a moment where some of the most influential decision makers in our land reform system, sit in the same space as some of the most vulnerable beneficiaries of that system.
Eneneni ke siziva sichulumancile sinelunda lokuba ke phakathi kwethu sinabantu ababaluleke kakhulu kweli candelo lezolimo kwakhona ke nabantu abazi-beneficiaries abachaphazelekayo nabo siyabulela ngobukho babo siyabona uba wonke umuntu ochaphazelekayo ukhona namhlanje.
For the beneficiaries present here today, this is just not another engagement. It is recognition, it is visibility, and it is an opportunity that carries real meaning.
Eneneni ke kwi-beneficiaries le ndibano ibaluleke kakhulu iyabonisa into yoba baxabisekile iyabonisa into yoba kukho abantu abanoxanduva nabo abalibonayo kufuneke belenzile ngakwi-beneficiaries.
This visit also does not happen in isolation. It is the direct result of a petition that we filed. So it was the LRC, the Legal Resources Center. It was SPP, which is the Surplus People's Project.
Eneneni ke siyavuya kakhulu ukuba kaloku le ndibano ibangelwe sisiphakamiso okanye sisikhalazo esiye sasenza singalamaqumrhu mabini achaziweyo.
And Corruption Watch, please mention that.
Corruption Watch naye uye wakhona ngethuba besifaka isikhalazo.
So that petition was not a sudden intervention. It came after years of engagement through our many organizations working alongside beneficiaries across the province.
Inene ke ngoku ezi ziphakamiso asizenzanga nje okwethutyana sithathe ixesha elide sisebenzisana nalamaqumrhu ebejongene nezi ngxaki zezi beneficiaries.
Across these engagements, the same concerns kept emerging: a lack of accessible information, limited accountability, and a growing sense among beneficiaries that
Kuyabonakala into yoba ke kokukubonisa bezikhala kakhulu ii-beneficiaries because bezingalufumani ulwazi, zingazifumani neempendulo kwabo banoxanduva.
and that they're not truly benefiting from the schemes established in their name.
Zange baxhamle konke kodwa ischemes ezi zabe zibhaliswe egameni labo.
So for years, we have carried these concerns forward on behalf of the beneficiaries.
Siqhubile ke siqhuba sizifake ezi petitions nezikhalazo egameni lezi beneficiaries.
So we've raised them in meetings and submissions and in various engagements with stakeholders. But today marks a very important shift.
Siyabona ke into yoba namhlanje noko kukho izinto ziyajika sinojika izinto kuba kuyabonakala ngoku into yoba noko izikhalazo zethu zibe nempembelelo eziyenzileyo.
So today is not about us speaking for the beneficiaries, it is about the beneficiaries speaking for themselves.
Olu suku lanamhlanje ayilolwethu thina bamele ii-beneficiaries kodwa ngoku kuthetha ii-beneficiaries ngokwazo.
We are grateful that this platform now exists for those directly affected to share their lived experiences, their challenges, and their recommendations with those who have the power to influence change.
Ewe ke siyavuya into yoba ii-beneficiaries namhlanje zizokuqhubelana zichaze iingxaki ezinazo kwabo bantu banoxanduva lokusingatha imicimbi efana nolo hlobo.
The voices in this room matter, and they deserve to be heard clearly and without filter.
Kubalulekile into yoba ke izikhalazo zabo namhlanje zisatyelwe kangangoko amazwi e-beneficiaries abaluleke kakhulu.
We hope that this visit will not only be a listening exercise, but a turning point toward greater transparency, accountability, and meaningful reform in farm worker equity schemes.
Siyafuna into yoba le ndibano namhlanje ke ngoku ibe notshintsho kubekho nenguqu kakhulu kwii-equity schemes zabantu abahlala ezifama ibe yinto ezokhokhelela into yoba abo banoxanduva bawenze umsebenzi wabo.
And with that, I will now hand over to the beneficiaries. Mr. Dada will be introducing the scheme and who is going to speak on behalf of the scheme. Mr. Dada?
Ndizawuthi ke ndimeme eqongeni ubawo udada ozothetha egameni lalo equity scheme eseyichaziwe.
Good morning again. We've got 3 schemes here in this meeting.
Sine-schemes ezintathu ezimelweyo kule ntlanganiso.
The first one is Luthando.
Eyokuqala yiLuthando equity scheme.
Umama Unukwanele Mzamo, we speak on behalf of Luthando.
Umama uNonkaneko Mzamo ke nguye ozothetha egameni lwale equity scheme uLuthando.
The second one is Endulini.
Eyesibini equity scheme yiEndulini.
Mr. Koko John Veza, we speak on their behalf.
Okakoko umhlakazi Kokotsheza uzonika uxanduva ke lokumela lo equity scheme.
Sesithathu ikhangela
Eyesithathu yiKhangela.
ibe nguNeil Hendricks.
Aze ke ngoko kaNeil Hendricks athethe egameni leKhangela.
Enkosi.
Samile.
Mandizibulisele. Ndiyabulisa ngalentsasa kumjongo phakathi apha nabahlonitshwa.
Greetings this morning to all the committee members.
Mna ndingunokwanele Mzamo waseLuthando Farm.
I am Nokwanele Mzamo from Luthando Farm.
iLuthando Farm eyayikade iyiBrandwag Farm.
Luthando Farm used to be Brandwag Farm.
Phantsi ko former owner Mr. HJ Potgieter.
Under former leader H.H. Potgieter.
iLuthando Farm thina sayifumana ngo-2003.
We got Luthando Farm in 2003.
Sizi-beneficiary ezi-70.
We were 70 beneficiaries in total.
Si-ownisha u-75% we-farm,
And we owned 75% of the farm,
75%,
75% of the farm.
u-25% we-former owner.
25% belonged to the former owner.
And ngelo xesha ke ugovernment wayethe i-former owner kuba funeka isifundisile itransfere izikills. So kufuneka igcine u-25% ukwenzela into yoba ingenzi nje ngokungakhathali.
Government said that the owner can have 25% as they were supposed to teach us transference processes so that they do not take advantage or do something that is not in line with what they were supposed to do.
So ke saba ke sikwi-contract kunye naye ye-5 years.
So we had an agreement contract of 5 years.
Ekupheleni kwalo 5 years waye wabuyela kuthi.
When the 5 years ended, he came back to us.
Nikhumbule ke ukuba eli cham salifumana singabasebenzi.
Remember, we got this while we were still workers.
So akho lwazi lungako besinalo thina ngofamisha.
So we did not have any knowledge regarding farming,
Especially ke kwi-industry ye-citrus.
especially on the citrus industry.
Because ke i-citrus isokolisa kakhulu, ayifani namakhaphetshu.
Because it has a lot of challenges. It doesn't work the same as cabbages.
So kwathi ukuphela kwale term yakhe wathi kuthi uthenge ezinye ifama yena. So ke ucinga into abafuneka ayeke apha ayoqhubeza ifama zakhe.
When the contract ended, he informed us that he bought other farmers, so he had to leave us and go continue with his other farms.
So wafuna uqonda uba singakwazi na uqhuba thina ngokwethu.
So we wanted to know if we could continue without him. on our
Ngoloyiko ke lento yokuba athi urhulumente esinike ithuba elihle kangaka lokuba masi-ownishe umhlaba.
Because we were a bit skeptical that the government gave us this opportunity to own the land.
Sibe sizazi into yokuba sikabi nalwazi layo yonke inkqubo yofamisha.
And we knew that we were not empowered regarding knowledge when it comes to farming.
Sathi kuthi ye hayi asizokwazi makasikhangele omnye umntu.
We said to him, we'll be able to do it ourselves, so he must refer someone to us.
wasiphathela i-SRCC ke ngoku.
And then he got us SRCC.
Wathi uzene SRCC because i-SRCC yindawo yena waye epeka kuyo ifruit yakhe kakade and ngaba bazi exporters, so kuyabalula kuthi into yoba masisebenze nabo.
So he brought us the SRCC, who were previously his exporters, the people that he worked with before, and he promised us it would be easy for us to work with him, to work with them.
Zange sibe nangxaki ke savuya nathi.
We were glad to hear that. We had no problem at all.
Saphinda saqhubeka eminye iminyaka emihlanu ke nabo.
We continued for another 5 years with them.
Kwiminyaka emihlanu elandelayo kwatshintsha i-management kubo.
And then the management changed in the 5 years after the 5 years had ended on their side.
And ke kule minyaka yonke ukusukela oko sasiyifumene ifama
So ever since we got the farm,
sasizifumana i-dividend nokuba zincinci.
we would get dividends even though they were small at times.
And ke ngoku senza nento yokuba sidibane thina sizi-beneficiary. Sagqiba ukuba masizibekele u-25% wethu ukwenzela into yoba sikwazi uthenga lo 25
And
ekuhambeni kwexesha.
as beneficiaries, we had an agreement that we are going to keep 25 so that we could buy this other 25% as the time went by.
So ke apha kungazini ke ukuba kwenzeka ntoni nje biminyaka ihamba nje. Saye saphawula into yokuba ngoku xa singasafumani i-dividend sangabantu ngoku abafuna laa mali yethu besizibekela yona.
And as the time went by, as I previously mentioned, that we did not have any knowledge, so we ended up wanting the 25 that we had previously put aside.
Kulapho sava khona ke into yoba hayi nayo yakhutshwa sayinikwa as i-dividend.
That's when we heard that it was withdrawn and it was given to us as dividends.
So ke asisenayo kwayona.
So we did not have that.
And ke ngoku kwiminyaka elandelayo kwaxasha into yoba ngoku akusekho kwa dividend ezo
And yes,
asisazifumana.
after that, there were no dividends at all.
Siyafamisha,
We're farming,
siya-exporta,
exporting,
but qho akukho mali.
but there was nothing that we were benefiting.
Sithe ke ngoku xa siqala uba masibuze ke ngoku into yokuba kanti elo orange silifamishayo liyaphi.
And then we started to ask questions about the citrus that we're doing. We
Ngoba ke-
wanted to know where it was going.
Ngoba ke asinawunyaka besike asavuna ngawo.
Because there was no year where we did not have any harvest.
Kwafumaniseka into yokuba ke akho mali, ifama yenza imali, itsho ngoku impendulo.
So the response was the farm was not making any profit.
So ifama yenza imali for 6 years ngoku.
So the farm hasn't been making any profit for 6 years now.
Siya-exporta for 6 years,
We've been exporting in these 6 years,
but ayikho imali eza kuthi.
but there is nothing that is coming to us.
So ifama ayenza imali,
The farm is not making any income,
inye into efuneka yenzekile ngoku le fama mayithengiswe.
but the solution is that the farm should be sold.
Inzima ke into owawuyiphiwe uthenjisiwe ngayo nawe wathembisa into yokuba le nto uyiphiweyo uza kuyikokosa uyilondoloze ukwenzela into yokuba izoba likamva nasebazukulwaneni bakho.
It's a difficult decision when you have been given something and you have promised that you actually take good care of it, and it would also help to your children as well to just sell it like that.
So ithande ukungabi bamandi ngoku inkqubo yethu kunye ne-partners zethu kule minyaka.
So the process with our partners is not as smooth,
And akukho kwa into efana ne-communication ekhoyo ncam.
there is no communication.
Into ekhoyo into yokuba thina sisebenza amasimi,
We are just working on the farms
bona basebenza imali.
and they are on the money side.
Yonke into engemali ikubo,
Everything that has to do with finances
yonke into engamasimi ikuthi.
is dealt by them. They deal with that, and then we deal with farming
Ngoba thina asifundanga.
because we are uneducated.
And ke ndibulele nento burhulumente umhlaba lo wasinika isazi uba sifundanga.
And I'm grateful that the government actually gave the land to us knowing that we are uneducated.
wayichitha inkuntula yemali ba makasithengele le farm.
And the government spent money to buy the farm for us.
Kwaye ke sayisebenza le farm okoko sayifumana ngokwethu.
And we've been working on this farm ever since we got
Ngoba ke
it.
andikhumbuli nangemini enye kukho umlungu wayekhe wazogqopha apha wazosebenza kula masimi.
I don't
Le minyaka yonke.
remember having a white person coming to the farm and work by himself.
And ke ngoku apha ekugqibeleni ndiye ndaqonda uba hayi iyasibhida ngoku le nto sibangazihlala intlanganiso akukho sisombululo.
As the time went by, I realized that we keep on having challenges, but there are no solutions.
Thina sifuna uthengisa fama yethu esayithengelwayo ngurhulumente.
We do not want to sell the farm that the government bought for us.
But iipartners zethu zimile ngento yokuba ifama funeka ithengisiwe because nabo bafuna imali yabo engu-25% wabo.
But the partners want to sell the farm, or they want this farm to be sold because they want their 25% back.
Because le mali le fama ayisena value.
Because the farm has no value anymore.
Sagqibe ekubeni ke makwenziwe ke i-valuation sibe nobona ba le fama ayina value ngoluphi uhlobo okanye ithini le value yayo incinci ke ngoku seyishekile. Ba nethi sikwazi uba ne-understanding ba izoba yimalini.
So because we wanted to have an understanding of what the value of the farm is, so we asked that an evaluation should be done so that we have the knowledge.
Because okokuqala kuthiwe izawuthengiswa without uba ma-evaluatwe.
Because we were told that it was going to be sold without.
Because the way useless ngayo iwe engesela msebenzi ngayo i-27 million bacinga uba yeyona mali right for yona because akho mntu unothenga ifama efana naleya.
Apparently it lost its value to an extent that they think that 27 million would be fine because no one would actually buy a farm like that one.
Sathi xa sisithi ayizothengiswa ke ingenziwanga i-evaluation yenziwe i-evaluation in 2 days.
And then we stood and said it wouldn't be sold without doing the evaluation, and the evaluation was done in 2 days.
Sayifumana i-report ye-evaluation ethi ifama i-55 million.
We got a report that said the farm is 55 million.
Ukuba kodwa siyayithengisa ifama thina siyavuma mayithengiswe
If we agree that it should be sold,
izawuthengiswa ngo-27 million.
it will be sold in 27 million.
Kodwa xa thina singafuni ukuba mayithengiswe sisithi sifuna ufuna imali sithenge u-25 million yo u-25%.
If we say it should not be sold, we want money so we can buy the 25%.
Ibuyela back ekubeni la 25% uzawubhatalwa out of kla 55 million.
It goes back to the fact that the 25% will be paid out of the 55 million.
Akaphumi ku-27 ngoku. Akazophuma kula 27 million sibuyela back kwi-report le evaluation ethi ifama ingu-55.
So we can't afford it on the 27 million. We go back to the evaluation that says it's 55 million so that we can be able to buy the 25%.
Hayi. Ifama bekuthiwe xa sithengisa sizayithengisa ngo-27 million.
We said if we agree, we are going to sell it
Ngo-27
for
million
27 million
because ayinavela.
because it has no value.
Yes. But if thina as i-trustees, i-workers trust, asifuni ukuyithengisa sithi sifuna ufuna imali, sithenge lo 25% out.
If we say we don't want to sell it, we get the money and then we buy the 25% out.
Then we must pay i-amount ephuma ku-55 million, not kula 27 million.
Then we must pay the amount that comes from the 55 million, not from the 27 million.
Sixakana apho ke ngoku.
So that's where the confusion
Kulapho
is.
ke ngoku sihamba sinkqonkqoza ke ngoku le minyango karhulumente ba makhe sincedwe ngoku apha.
That's when we started going to government offices.
Unyaka
to ask
wonke
for help.
zange kubhatalwe zi-creditors
The whole year creditors were not
from
paid
ngoJanuwari kulo nyaka kupheleyo until ngoDisemba.
since January last year until December.
Imali kuthiwa ayikho.
We were told that there is no money.
Kwagqityelwa kuthiwa asizopeya kwathina abantu basebenzayo.
And then we were told that we're not going to get paid as workers.
At the end of the day samana sibhalelwe ileta ezithi masithengise ifama because ifama masithengise ifama i-creditors zifuna imali zazo.
And the letters were written to us that we must sell the farm so that creditors can get their money.
And ukuba asikwazi usithengisa ifama i-creditors zona zizobangela ifama iliquidate.
And if we don't sell the farm, the creditors will make the farm to be liquidated.
Okay, nalapho ke sathi hayi sizawuzama uthetha naba bantu sibatyalayo.
And then we said we can have meetings with the people we own
Sibacele ba ke ifruit ikhona emthini.
and tell them that the fruit is still there.
Bangakwazi na usinika i-chance into yoba sithengise ifruit noba siyithengise esitratweni.
Can they give us a chance to sell
Because
the fruit
asisafuni
in
thina
the
kwabona.
streets?
Asisafuni bona bathatha ifruit yethu bayi-export.
Because we don't want them to export our fruit.
Ngoba kaloku bona bazii-partners zethu,
Because as they are our partners,
bazii-manejara zethu,
managers,
bazii-consultants zethu,
consultants,
bazii-exporters zethu,
our exporters,
bayi-pack house, bayinto yonke
because
nje.
they're actually everything.
So yonke into yale fama yenziwa ngabo
So they're actually doing everything. that
ngaphandle
has to do with
kosebenza
farm.
apha emasimini.
The only thing they do not do is to work on the field.
So kwaba khona ke abantu kwezi creditors willing into yokuba masisebenzisane siyazi ba sizawubeka ii-terms ba kuzobhataleka njani.
So some of the creditors were willing to work with us and have terms and conditions of how we're going to pay.
Sathi ke xa sifumana abantu abanjalo safumana nomntu esinomthengisela ifruit le yethu.
We also got people who could buy our fruit.
Bona ke banengxaki naloo nto ba imali yefruit bona seke isuppose ba iya kubo.
They have a problem with that because they want the profit to go to them, the managers.
And ke njengoba bezi-partners nje besibabhatala i-management fee.
As they were our partners, we were paying them management fee.
I-management fee bekusuppose ba imali ye-fruit sales engenayo thina as companies siyababhatala ngokwethu.
We're supposed to pay them ourselves.
Sabona sesingababhatali kanti imali ngokusebenzitsalela bona apho singaziyo kungasekho mali kwa engena apha e-accountini yethu.
We realized that they were actually deducting money from themselves and there was no money coming into our accounts.
And neebhanka zazimana sezisifowunela ngoku because bona bathi akho kwa mali yabo. Makujongwe iincwadi zethu sicela into yoba kukhangelwe iincwadi kukhangelwe imali zethu zale minyaka ba xa kumkiswe ifruti xa ibuya imali ithini okanye yenza ntoni le nto ingakwazi uzofika apha efameni.
With all that was happening, we wanted to know what the money was doing, the fact that it could not get to the farm, that it could not get it.
Sicela nento yokuba iincwadi maziodithwe.
We asked for auditing.
Bazama ke ilantika i-stakeholders ukuba ende banxumalise nathi bancedisane nathi kwezo ndawo.
Stakeholders did try to connect with us and assist us.
But bawona bathi akho ncwadi zabo zizo-audithwa.
But they said there are no books that are going to be audited.
Akho mntu uzawungena ezincwadini zabo.
No one will have access to the documents.
And ke kudala yaqala lento yaqala kanye ngoku kwakusenziwa ezi zinto nguzalo Capitec.
This started a long time ago with what Zalo Capital was doing.
because nangoko zange sikwazi umfumana urecap
We could not get a recap.
ngoba aba bantu bathi bayibuyisela incwadi kubo bathi mabatshintshe izinto ngoba izinto ababezibhalile zazithetha ngabo zazingathethi ngeluthando.
Because the people were asked to make changes because whatever was on the documents had something to do with them, but not about Lutando.
Bathi abazokwazi uzitshintsha ezo zinto so kuyaphela ingekho.
So they said they were not going to make any changes.
Ndiyavuya ke namhlanje xa sikhe sade sabe sihoyakele
I am glad that we got assisted,
into yokuba i-portfolio committee izofika apha kuthi
that the portfolio committee has visited.
and le mini ke sinika ithemba
This
Lento-
brings hope
lento yokuba le ngxaki sikuyo
that the challenge we are facing,
izawukhululeka
there's going to be a solution
ngoba sixakene nayo.
because we are in deep trouble.
Aya ndifuna uxoka sixakene nayo andiyazi ba izawukhululeka njani.
I do not know what the solution is going to be because it is, we are a bit confused
And sicela uncedwa,
and we ask for your assistance.
sicela uncedwa. Ifama le yona siyayifuna, siyayithanda.
We want the farm.
Kwaye ke ukuba besinako nokuba sinokhe sibe kuyo ke siyifumane sisebenze singenayo kwa partnership leyo.
It would be great for us to be on the farm, work on it, even if we don't have any partnership.
And then sifumane abantu ke bangaphandle abanomana besinceda kwizinto ezithile
Maybe get people from
ezinobangela
outside
into yokuba
assist
siqhubekeke.
us, so we make,
Ifama lena yona ibe sustainable.
so that the farm can be sustainable,
Ifama ikwazi ukwenza imali.
to make profit,
Ifama ikwazi ukondla iintsapho zethu.
to help our families.
Ifama ikwazi ufundisa abantu abasafumana abantwana nabasafundisayo.
So that people can send their children to school.
Inkosi.
Thank you. And Ulini.
Molweni bawo ndiyabulisa
Good morning.
ndiyabulisa kuwo wonke umuntu ngaphakathi. Lona nguGqeberha ophantsi kweNdulini Fruits Farm.
I am Gqeberha from Dolini Fruits Farm.
Sinayo ke phofu nathi ingxakana man.
We also have a challenge.
Okoko ke thina ke saphansi kwale trust. Besikade sihlala intlanganiso. Phaya amabhulu wethu esiza phakuthi sihlala intlanganiso nawo.
Ever since we've been under this trust, we've been having meetings with our managers, the white people.
Esixelela ke ba indaba yena mtika le trust ayihamba njani yonke izinto esixelela lona.
They will tell us how the trust works.
Ekuhambeni kwexesha ke asithathe besithatha asise ngapha ePitens siyohlala nawo intlanganiso.
They will take us to Peters to have a meeting there.
So ke kuloo ntlanganiso leyo ebesixelela uba yonke into imali ezihambayo nelamuni bayithengisa benze yonke nto leyo basixelela uba imali isebenze ntoni kwasheka mani yabekwa yenza ntoni imali leyo isekileyo kubhatalwa abantu njalo besibiza mhlawumbi kweminyaka emithathu besenza loo nto.
It has been 3 years where they would call us and tell us how the money works, everything that the money does.
Besixelela ke nento yoba ke imali sizayifumana nini phaa mhlawumbi bathi basifumana ngoJuni bangaba sithe sizayifumana ngoJuni sifumana ngoJuni bangaba bathe sizayifumana ngo-Agasti sifumana ngo-Agasti.
They would tell us when we would get the money. If they said August or June, we would get it at those times.
Mari ngoku ayisenzeki loo nto leyo ni ayisenzeki ngoku sisuka njena sibone ngemali seyifika no ifika sekulate ngoku ayisafiki ngelaa xesha abesixele ngalo babethile ukuthi sizayifumana qho ngo-Agasti but ayisenzeki ngoku.
That doesn't happen anymore. We get money whenever, like there is no date. If they give a date, we don't get the money on that actual date.
And then asisahlali nabo intlanganiso ngoku maske mhlawumbi 3 years yonke abasasibizi hlala nabo intlanganiso
It has been 3 years where we do not connect any meetings with them anymore.
Because babesixelela kuqala uba imali siyifumene imali enga sabhatala so sabeka imali enga sathini ngoku asisayenzi ke loo nto.
Previously, they would inform us about everything that has to do with the money, but it doesn't happen anymore.
Naso ke sethu isikhalo.
So that is our challenge.
Enkosi.
Thank you.
Molweni mama, molweni botata.
Greetings.
Neil Hendricks, asekhangela farm.
I am Mr. Hendricks from Kangela Farm.
Zininzi izinto esityadina kula farma bekoko beqala nqa.
We have a lot of challenges in that farm.
Le farma beqala ngoku befika uMax Mamas pa kula farma.
The farm started when Max Mamas came to the farm.
Wathi ke ngoku sithengele ifama.
He said he's buying a farm for us.
Uqala ke ngoku ke wafumanisa into yokuba uMax ke ngokuba into zemali nentoni usityileyo pha waphela ekhasini ke wafika uMr Novondo pha.
So the money went missing while Mr. Max was there and Mr. Novondo came.
Yes. Mr Novondo ngoku yi-chair of ukhangela ngoku singayazi noba upikwe ngubani ubekwe ngubani wanyula i-trustees zakhe.
Mr. Novo is now a chair. We do not know who elected him, and he elected his own trustees.
Yiloo nto ke ubona uba namhlanje silapha
That's why you see us here today,
ngenxa yezi trustees.
because of these trustees.
Akho nto siyaziyo kulaa farma ziyazi income outcome of ama-orange ethengiswa ndawoni.
We have no knowledge regarding the income and the outcome. We don't even know where the oranges are being sold to.
Oogxa bethu abanye befayita nathi le nto asekho nomhlawumbi abanye baswelekile.
Some of our colleagues, the people who were fighting together, they are not there. Some died.
Kushiyeka oomama bodwa ngoku and nalapho into yokuba asinamlomo phaa bathi bangaba sifuna uyazi into akho nto sayazi phaa uba ngabo baphetheyo phaa.
There's only a woman or females, and we do not have any say. They say if we want to know anything, we cannot get access to that information. It is them who are now managers of the farm.
Safuna ilantuka i-title deed yethu phaa wathi ke uMr Novondo i-title deed asoze siyifumane into yokuba kaloku sawuhamba ke ezithaveni sihambe sibonisa ngayo ngale title deed.
We did ask for the title deed, and Mr. Novo said we wouldn't be able to get it because what we are going to do, we are going to take it to the taverns and show people
Noko bazawujonga noko at least imfuno zethu.
So if we could get assistance in terms of the trust being removed and then get our own people that will listen to our cries and
Ba
our needs.
ba imandi lanto ufumani farmer from government uyazi babantwana bakho noba akuseko banayi into oshekileyo.
Because it is nice to get a farm from government knowing that your children will also benefit from it even if you are no longer here.
Even into abeyenzileyo ke yena ke Parkla Trust ke enye 3 andiyazi ke enye 2 mandithi andiyazi yena wathatha enye 3 apha good apha beneficiaries wabayenza ilanto trustees events no
So
phone
events took 3 from us, from our group, and make them trustees.
basibukelayo ke thina njengoba le 3 ngoku ikhutshiwa apha kude yabekwa phaa kulaa ndawo bayanyuka bona banento yonke asinanikisidini.
So the 3 that has been taken from us, they have benefits, they have everything, while we have nothing.
Yilaa nto sithi ke nokuba hayi asiyazi noba le mali ibheka ngaphi ba yena ithi le fama yethu ayenza imali isematyaleni.
Because that's why
We soon found out that was wrong.
So brother wam wafumana lo malana ngela xesha bephila but imali enisise phaa kulaa farm.
And then when my brother died, he did not get any money. He was only benefiting a small amount of money while he was still alive.
But unamntana unabantwana babini.
My brother left 2 children.
Ngoku bathembisa uba bazazifaka iimali zakho but nangoku andikayifumani imali kabrother am still ngoku.
Now, there was a promise from the management that they are going to take care of the remaining children in terms of compensation, but up until today, we did not get anything.
So ndicela uncedo apha emagqothini bake bayiphande kahle le mali ibheke phi ikhona le nto bathi ba umntu obhubhileyo ubhubha neshares zakhe.
Now, I want to those who are advocates or lawyers to investigate this issue because it surprises me that if you happen to be a deceased person, then there is no one who can inherit on your behalf.
And baphele belithengisa kwabona elaa plus.
Now, even that farm was sold over to somebody.
bazithengisa nezo shares zabo. So andiyazi uba eli qala kabrother wam izawuphela isithini ke lona.
Now, I am not sure how this problem is going to be solved going forward.
Kulapho ndigqibile ndicela olo ncedo kakhulu.
I would like to get assistance on this matter as I close.
Yes. Nkosi kakhulu.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for these presentations from the representatives of the equity schemes.
Siyazibulela kakhulu kwezi presentations sizifumeneyo kwezi equity schemes.
I'm now going to allow honorable members to engage the presentations that have actually been made, starting from the Chief Director's presentation, and by way of asking clarity-seeking questions and making comments. I will then recognize the hands.
Ndizothi ke ngoku ndithathe ithuba loba ndinike amalungu epalamente abuze mhlawumbi imibuzo nawo imibuzo mhlawumbi enokuqala kwakula presentation yokuqala ka-Chief Director zizokuba khomba ke ngokulandelelana kwabo ngokwezandla abaziphakamisileyo.
I've recognized the hand of Honorable Maseko, Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Nana,
Amalungu ahloniphekileyo ngokulandelelana.
Honorable Gqeberha, do you have your hand up? Yeah. To Matlasi. Who is seated next? Or Mr. Honorable Van Wyk. Yes, I do recognize the hand of Honorable Pillay, but I would rather, allow the members of the portfolio committee first, because you are local. I will definitely do give you an opportunity but can I actually then start off with Honorable Maseko? The moving mic.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and again, thanks for the department's briefing and also all that have represented the equity scheme. Chair, I think we engaged with some of the beneficiaries of Western Cape in some of the farms that we visited, and the same problems that we have identified in the Western Cape is what is happening also here.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu usihlalo ke ngezi presentations. Sikhe sazityelele ezinye equity schemes eKapa kwanye eNtshona Koloni. Yabonakala into yoba kukho ukufana kwemiba kwezi presentations.
Now, Chairperson, the government invests in its communities. The intention of the equity scheme was transfer of the skills, the eventuality being the ownership also for those farm workers to be able to can run the farms. Now, their departments had responsibility of
had responsibility of making sure that as they invest their money into those equity schemes, they have to monitor that at the end, the eventuality is the ownership to the beneficiaries under the trust.
Inkosi kakhulu Sihlalo ke injongo zale nkqubo yezi-equity schemes yinto yoba kufuneka kunikezelwe amalungelo obunini kwii-beneficiaries ze-equity schemes. Loo nto ke urhulumente ekufuneke ekhokhele kwelo cala.
Now, the unfortunate part is everywhere where we go, that didn't happen because immediately after the government pays the money, then there's no any support or monitoring of the eventuality of what happens after the period that is allocated.
Kuyabonakala into yoba ke akukho monitoring okanye akukho kubekwa esweni emva kokuba kuye kwakho le nkqubo yokubonisana ngezi-equity schemes ayilandeleyo.
Now, the question to the department is, the presenter talked about how they are going to do the assessment. But throughout, the department has been hearing the challenges of the beneficiaries. What tool are they going to use for the assessment? Because as we listen as the committee, the tools that are there are the beneficiaries coming to the department and saying, we've got the challenge.
Kuyabonakala into yoba ke isebe eli akukho zixhobo elizisebenzisayo zokuhlola le nkqubo. Sibona into yoba ngokusoloko izi-beneficiaries ngokwazo eziquka zibuyelela ziya kumnyango wesebe zifuna uncedo.
So by when is that assessment going to be done? And what will be the intention, or what will be the action that is going to be taken to fix the challenges that are very deeply embedded, that it's going to be difficult, that the beneficiaries have been put in a space that now they are thinking of selling the land parcels that they were supposed to be ownership to.
Kuyabonakala into yoba ke ngoku akukho xesha libekiweyo apho uzokuba hayi kuyanikezelwa. Ngoku sibona ngoku ii-beneficiaries izizo ezithengisa la malungelo azo obunini kwezi schemes.
I think, Chair, I'm going to stop here to hear the department's solution to the problems or that I've identified of the assessment of these complaints have been coming to the department. What is it that they are doing in the meantime, or they are staying until they say that they are going to do the assessment first to say that what is it that they can do after the assessment, and who's going to do the assessment? That is the most important question to the department.
Isebe malisihlele into yoba bazokulenza nini olu hlolo nolu vavanyo. Ingubani ozokuba noxanduva lokwenza le assessment? Kuba kuyabonakala uba le ngxaki inzulu kakhulu.
The next one is Honorable Mthethwa.
Greetings, Chair, and greetings to honorable members, and greetings to abahlali balapha. Angibaboni abelungu laba abasebenza ngamaplants kushuthi abekho. And greetings to fellow officials and all the support staff.
Mandibulise Sihlalo, ndibulise nakubantu abahlali balapha. The thing is, what I'm trying to check is that I don't see the owners or these managers that are referred to by the beneficiaries. But nevertheless, let me move forward with my speech.
I wanted to make a statement that I hate these commercial farmers who are doing this crime against black people.
Bendifuna ukusho into yoba ndiyayicaphukela ke le nto yenziwa ngala mafama kuba kaloku ngoku bahlukumeza abantu bakuthi abantsundu.
And it's clear that they are still continuing where they ended during the old order, apartheid era and the colonial era.
Kuyacaca into yoba ke ngoku bathathe apho bebesuka khona, bathathele kookhokho babo, abo ke bebeqhuba laa nkqubo yocalucalulo bangene ezihlangweni zabo ngokwendlela le baqhuba ngayo.
So this is what we need to do. They are saying a farm worker who dies will die with his own share benefit.
Nathi ngoku besiqapulayo into onesabelo phaa okanye osebenza efama akafumani akho malungelo usweleka nezabelo zakhe xa eswelekile akekho oxhamlayo egameni lakhe mhlawumbi olilungu lesapho ukho loo nto.
Let's balance it by saying, can you do an audit for me on all those farms who used to be owned by those farmers way back? And if it happens that the farmers who own those farms died, let's also take those farms and return them back to black people.
Ngokufanayo ke uba umfama wasweleka makasweleke naloo fama yakhe kungabikho uzoxhamla ngokufanayo nale nto yenzekayo kwi-beneficiary.
Hayi beke kakuhle. Then we sithatha farm, we take the farm, return it to black people.
Sithathe ifama le yakhe siyibuyisele kubasebenzi aba abangabantu abantsundu okanye kubantu abantsundu.
If I balance my argument, remember that the white people, they took the land from the blacks through Forced Removal Act.
Masiqaphele into yoba kaloku abantu abamhlophe bathatha umhlaba bewunyanzelisa ngokunyanzelisa besebenzisa laa mthetho wangaphambili.
So as Vumelan again that corruption, in Western Cape, the same thing we picked up. In Eastern Cape is the same thing, and these whites are operating as a syndicate. They are all connected to one another.
Masitsho into yoba ngoonqevu aba abadibeneyo abamhlophe lorhwaphilizo olenzekayo eNtshona Kapa nalapha eMpuma Koloni kwenzeka urhwaphilizo lunye udibene oonqevu apha ngorhwaphilizo.
Angihlale phansi ngokuthi, can we have a Madlanga Commission on land in South Africa from 94 till today? And the focus, the scope of that commission, investigating white commercial farmers against black and the black government. And then we take all the off-take agreements where they are exporting to, and we return those back to the black people so that they are part of the economy. My parting shot is that for you to be part of economy, you need 4 factors of production. Land, buildings, owners' equity, the banks, and labor. Lezi zinto must be owned by black people, not by white people. We will make sure that happens. Thank you.
Mandithathe lithuba ndizibulisele ndibulele kuqala chairman ngokundipha lithuba. Bulisela kuye wonke umuntu lapha xa uzothetha na 1 2 1 2. Anyway, chairman mandithathe lithuba ndizibulisele kuye wonke umuntu lapha endlini ngokundipha lithuba ndizibulisele kuye wonke umuntu lapha xa uzothetha na 1 2 1 2. Anyway, Mandiqale kuqala ndibhekise kulaa sisi ndiyaqonda uba ligqwetha unesingesi esimandi.
The matter to the lady who was speaking here, she was very eloquent. I think she's a lawyer by profession.
And yabona uba wenza umcimbi awaziyo yena uthandayo.
I think she's very passionate about what she's doing and she loves what she does.
El xesha lonyaka abantu baseKirkwood lixesha eliya eluvotweni.
We must take notice that we are leading towards the election in November. As a coming from Kirkwood, you must be aware of that.
Kwaye abantu baye bacinga okokuba xa thina as politicians siza kubo kuba kufike ivoti.
And many people have got an idea that if we come as honorable members of parliament, we want to get votes from them as we go towards elections.
Usisi ke lobethetha uthe umnqweno wenu kukuba ingabi yo listening exercise le kuphela ngase kwenziwe into ngaloo nto.
Indeed, the lady who spoke here earlier said that it must not just be a talk shop, but there must be resolutions and actions that will be taken coming from this meeting.
I want to assure all of you that as this committee we take our work serious, and in the 2.5 years that we have been in office, we have done quite some work as this committee. So xa sihamba apha ningaqiniseka okokuba asizulibala ngento yaseKirkwood.
Indeed, as we will be here in Kirkwood, rest assured that we will not forget your inquiries or your matters that you have raised here.
Honorable Matlodi Maseko uye wandikavarisha kwenye into ebendizayibuza phaa kwi-department, so I will not bother to ask such a question.
I was swiftly covered by Honorable Matlodi, therefore I will not go into that matter.
But here are two issues, Mr. Mkhitis, now as why. In your presentation as a department, you actually mentioned that these share equity schemes don't talk to land ownership, but it's actually a business transaction. People get sold a stake in the business.
Utshilo ke i-presenter department loba abantu abafumani mhlaba kodwa i-transaction nje lunaniselwano kodwa abanikwa ilungelo loba babe ngabanikazi bomhlaba i-transaction nje lunaniselwano lemali.
But in pretty much in all of the presentations that were made by beneficiaries, they are under the impression that they actually own the land.
I-beneficiaries zona ezike apha enkongeni engqondweni zazo banoluvo lokuthi bona banezabelo zomhlaba okanye bangabanini umhlaba kule micimbi.
I mean, if you listen to Usis Nokwanele, it came out very clear that they are under an impression that the land is theirs, and the biggest question is, why the disjuncture? Why do you guys singing in one hymn sheet and the beneficiaries are in a different hymn sheet? Is it the question of you having not explained to them properly, or is it the question of you having misled the beneficiaries? I-beneficiaries ndenza umzekelo ngosisi Nkululeko, usisi Nokwanele, usisi Nokwanele Mzamo. Njengibethetha nje nezinye i-beneficiaries bezithetha apha zithetha zivakala kum njengabantu abathi umhlaba ngowabo.
Oh, okay, according to my knowledge, the
and i-department kwi-presentation yayo ithe le nto ayidibani nomhlaba idibana nje ne-business kuphela.
Now, according to the presentation that was done by the department is saying, no, this issue has nothing to do with land. It is about only transactions, financial transactions, only between the two parties.
Now, umbuzo wam, iqhawuka phi le bhobhile? Because iqhawuka ibhobhile ingaba yi-case yokokuba i-department inixokisile okanye i-department ayinicaciselanga kakuhle ngamalungelo ale contained kule deal.
Now, the issue is now, it seems as if the department perhaps maybe did not explain to the beneficiaries fully about this issue of the equity schemes, or who lied to who, because it seems as if the department did not explain fully to the beneficiaries.
Okokugqibela,
Lastly,
kucacile kum okokuba i-beneficiaries kwezi equity schemes zilapha eKirkwood asikho isakhono so okwangoku sokumaneja ezi fama.
it seems as if, according to my knowledge, the beneficiaries don't have capacity or a skill to manage these farms. That's what I'm capturing.
Yile nto besisisulu sokuqhathwa ngabanye abantu.
That is why they are being abused or manipulated by other parties.
Now, as the department, is it not about time for Gqeberha that you stop doing things as business as usual?
Kuyabonakala uba ke kwicala lesebe elikhokhelwa ngoba uGqeberha noko ngokumabe makabaqhube ngenye indlela bangaqhubi ngodalashi.
Isizathu sesi ukuba ngaba ischeme sinengxaki kubizwa umuntu wangaphandle. Ngelo xesha akukho sakhono saneleyo esinikwa ababantu ukuba bazokwazi ukurun ifama in the long run.
It is as if now there are other consultants who are called when there is a problem, whereas the beneficiaries are not equipped enough in order to manage this problem.
Is it not about time, Mr. Gqeberha, that you start thinking outside of the box? If consultants can't help beneficiaries, why not provide bursaries, training to youngsters who've got matric here, who are part of the families of the beneficiaries to run the farms on their own? Thank you.
Beneficiaries babonelelwe ngebursaries nangezinye inkxaso ukuze bakwazi ukulawula ezi fama. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And ndiyanibulisa nonke apha endlini. Umcimbi we-farm equity schemes uyandiququla kakhulu.
Greetings to everyone who's here. The issue of equity schemes troubles me a lot.
Siyikomiti besike sahambela kwezinye provinces sazomamela lo mcimbi.
Indeed, as a committee, we visited other provinces and we listened to an issue that had to do with these equity schemes, similar to what is happening today.
Amabhulu adlala ngabantu.
The white people are manipulating black people.
Enye into faneke niyazi, scheme ezi zize ngamabhulu.
What you must know is that the people who introduce these equity schemes are the white people themselves.
Urhulumente ke uyabanika imali because I believe, and this is what I want to check with the director here. What is his view? Because my view is that farm equity schemes are a cheap money-making scheme for white farmers.
Ifuna ukuqonda ke pha ku director ba kuyabonakala ba nje elenziwa ngabantu abamhlophe bezama ukuqhatha abantu abantsundu abafuna uba yinxalenye yezi equity schemes ligubheze ngokuvakalayo.
I really want to hear your view on that perspective, that these schemes are simply there to benefit white farmers at the expense of farm workers.
Kuyabonakala ezi schemes ke ngoku liqhinga nje labantu abangamafama amhlophe bezama ukuqhatha abantu abantsundu abangabasebenzi basezifama.
And then I want to ask this question: does this department here have designated people who work with these farm equity schemes?
Umbuzo olandelayo into yoba ingaba eli sebe lezolimo linawo amagosa abekelwe umsebenzi wokuncedisana naba bantu banezabelo ku-equity scheme. Bakhona amagosa abekelwe lo msebenzi asuka kwisebe.
Because there is a talk that these schemes nationally have been disbanded and there's no allocation for budget. So we need to understand how is at this level that matter being dealt with.
Yabonakala lezi schemes ke kukho into ethi ke kwizwelonke ziye zachithwa zabhandiswa. Ingaba ke ngoku lukhona olunye uncedo mhlambe olunokuvela.
Then the suggestion I want to make is that all these schemes where our people have issues, their financials must be withheld. In other words, there must be no trading. There must be no business being made until the issues are resolved.
Isombululo endizanaso ngoba ngosithi ke ngoku olunaniselano lemali malukhe lumiswe kude kube kusonjululwe le miba itshisibunzi.
You can't tell me that niyavuna i-product ihambe kodwa imali ayibuyi. And then that matter just continues and continues. Nothing stops it so that the solution is found.
Andinondixelele into yoba ke ngoku nithengisa imveliso ithunyelwe ngaphandle kwamanye amazwe kodwa kungabikho mbuyekezo nina niyifumanayo ngokwezimali.
It is wrong that you are supposed to be owners, but you have no sight on the books of your business.
Ngoku kuyabonakala uba ngoku niyaqhathwa kuba kaloku ngoku nina anikwazi nokuqaphela uba ezi mali zihambe zahamba zathi nina ngokophotho lwezincwadi ezi.
So these farm equity schemes have not changed the conditions of farm workers.
Eneneni ke ngoku ezi equity schemes khange zenze ngoku okanye khange zibenze ubomi bube bhetele kubasebenzi basezifama.
Our people are still farm workers as they were before, and sometimes they even get evicted.
Abantu bethu ke ngoku imeko zisafana ngamanye amaxesha bayagxothwa begxothwa ngokungenalusini bekhutshwa kwezo fama abasebenza kuzo.
Now, I don't even have any confidence kule ntetho yoba kuzawuphandwa kuzawuphinda kwenziwe i-investigation ntontoni. Kunini izenziwa investigation but nothing happens.
Now, as I'm standing here, I don't even have confidence that these investigations will yield positive results because we've been hearing to say now we are making investigations, but nothing happens that is positive, or there is no outcome that is positive.
Remember, these schemes are 30 years old now.
Ngani ke ngoku ezi schemes bezikade zikhulu iminyaka engamashumi amathathu.
So I align myself to the proposals ekadatumthethwa yoba also there must be a commission of inquiry on this matter.
Ndihambelana ke noluvo lenziwe ngohlophekileyo uba umthetho sithi ke makusekwe ikomishoni yophando efana nekamadlana.
Because urhwaphilizo lininzi kakhulu under these schemes.
Because you can see and realize that there is a lot of corruption in these equity schemes.
In fact, I even now doubt uba officials themselves are not part of this corruption.
Kukho ke into engathi mhlawumbe namagosa nawo ikhona into engathi ithi.
Because how can you just let our people be robbed? Emini ubona nawe. What do you say?
Nithi athina isebe xa ibona abantu bakuthi exhatshazwa onhlobo.
So, ndizawucela laa mbuzo bendibuzile uba i-department inawo amagosa are designated to work with these communities. If so, they must explain uba they see these things are happening, what they've done about them. So I'm blaming the department as well, that it has led our people to this situation where white farmers are allowed to basically abuse our people.
Khona umbuzo ke nami nawo Chisibunzu othi efama isebe lamagosa akhethiweyo nakhethekileyo azokusombulula ezingxaki zabasebenzi basezifama ba akunokuqhubekeka kuqhubeka ngolhlobo libe isebe ililo elinoxanduva.
So I want to thank the members of civil society who are working with these farm workers to make sure that their rights are being protected. And as a committee, we are going to sit down and look at all these submissions and try to also find a solution.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu ke ukuva into yoba kukho amaqela ngokwe-presentation ibenziwe into yoba kukho amaqela amele abasebenzi abachazwe oo-watchdog namanye siyikomiti ke ngoku sizokudibanisa intloko sithi nqwadalala sizame ukuqaphela ngokunzulu lo mba.
Ndiyabulela.
Thank you very much.
Molweni ukuthula maAfrika.
Greetings, my fellow Africans.
I was told to come and stand here because of the cameras and everything.
Ngixelele uba ke ndime apha ukwenzela uba noko sookhamera bakwazi ukufota kakuhle.
Believe you me, it was very comfortable there where I was. Yes. No, I really concur with the previous speakers.
Ndiyavumelana kakhulu nezithethi zangaphambili.
And I also like to thank the civil societies for representing our people. We went to fight for this land, and we're not going to give this land back to the colonizers. It's land or death. I also want to concur with Honorable Gqeberha when he says that equity schemes are money-making schemes for white farmers. But the main question is, how do they achieve it when we have officials? It's very important that we talk about these things, Bahlali, Uguti. Every time we lose, who benefits? Ulutando scheme is 23-year-old. Because we are told that it was established when the farm was bought in 2023. 2003. From 2003, the first 5 years was very good according to the speaker. The question I'm directing to officials is, what role do they play in that 5 successful years? Because we have problem of intervening when there's problems. But when things are good, I don't know where you stay. It's either you are there benefiting or you're not interested at all. If Potgieter has gained a lot of money and handed it to his friend to also eat for the next 5 years, where was the department?
Ingaba ke ngoku lo ebegqithisa ifama kumhlobo wakhe ukuze axhamle, isebe lona beliphi olunaniselwayo?
The lady who represents Lutando says, after 5 years, the next 5 years was also good.
Uthi ke emva kweminyaka emihlanu lo bemele uLuthando uthi hayi kwaqhubeka kakuhle kweminye iminyaka eyalandelayo.
Between Potgieter, the former owner, and this company, where was the department between that transaction?
Ingabe isebe ke ngoku phakathi kwaba kwePotgieter nenkompani, isebe beliphi ngabe belubeke iso lomba?
After 10 years, change of management,
Emva kweminyaka elishumi kwatshintsha ke ngoku abalawuli.
disaster for our people.
Kwakho intlekele nesankxwe ngakubantu bakuthi.
From moving from 70 members to 47, according to the papers.
Kuye kwancipha amanani.
If you had 70, you are now having 47, and you were successful in the past 10 years, where was the department?
Ingaba ke ngoku kusuka ke ngoku kokuncipha kwamanani isebe beliphi belisenza ntoni intoni indima yalo.
She further alluded that we just growers. We are not farmers. We don't know the processes. We don't know the management. We don't know the exporting. We have never met the customer. We're just farmers. We just farm workers. So I'm a grower. Now the question is, in the whole successful 10 years, the department could not develop or train these people or their children.
Obethetha ke ngaphambili omele abasebenzi basezifama ukuthi wona umsebenzi wabo kukulima qha. Kodwa ngoku kwiinkqubo zolawulo nokuthengiswa kwemveliso ababandakanya. Nakumbuzo ngokuvela isebe belisenza ntoni? Ingaba libalekile mhlawumbi ke amaphulo okubaqeqesha kwezolawulo lwezimali njalo njalo beliphi isebe?
I want to establish what support did they give to the growers to be farmers.
Yephi inkxaso elinikwe lisebe kubasebenzi basezifama ukuze nabo gaga babe ngamafama ngokwabo.
Now, according to the lady, she says that in the past 6 years, they've never received any dividends.
Inenekazi ke bele apha ngaphambili uthi ke kule minyaka imithandathu besebenza khange bafumane kwazabelo konke konke.
Where is the department?
Umbuzo kothisikunzi nombuzo ovelayo ingaba yephi indima eyadlalwa lisebe ingaba lengabeka iso kulomba kusini na?
No, I think I'll sit down now because I'm getting frustrated with this lady.
Ndiyacinga uba ndozohlala phantsi uba ngoku noko nokungathi uyandilisa lo mba kakhulu.
And then ndiyanicela abantu bethu ukuthi makunjena mene nibombane, you must unite, because one of the most dangerous things that these people are using is to divide you.
Ndiyanicela ndibongoze ukuba xa iimeko zinje ngoku masibambane ngezandla simanyane kuba kaloku iinjongo zabo kukuba baniqhekeze phakathi.
Amanga awabo, but amandla awenu.
Ngoko ke the lies belong to them but the power belongs to you. As the power.
Our responsibility as an oversight structure, as a committee, it will ensure that we listen to your problems and we confront the real problems. And I'll take it from there. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Enkosi kakhulu ngethuba umsebenzi wethu ukumamela siphendule ngezimali zethu.
Honorable Chairperson, from my side as well, I just want to greet everyone present here and also the department.
Umsebenzi wami ke sihlalo ndime apha ke ndibulise wonke umuntu lapha phakathi kwethu kwakhona ndibulise nesebe le-rural development ngokubanzi.
Chair, we must be clear. The Constitution of South Africa was built on the Freedom Chapter.
Kuyacaca ke sihlalo noba umgaqo-siseko weli lizwe esinawo usuka phaa ku-Freedom Charter.
And one of the clauses in the Freedom Charter is very clear the land shall be shared amongst those who work it.
Wakhona ke kukho isolotya phaa ku-Freedom Charter elithi umhlaba uyokuba ngowabo abo bawusebenzayo.
We have not achieved it as South Africa.
Kuyabonakala ukuba eMzantsi Afrika elaa solotya le-Freedom Charter alikafezekiseki.
Because Umama came here, the first speaker, and she was clear.
Khona ke umama ebelapha uye wathetha wophela.
She said that they are the ones who is working the land. She has never seen a white person, at least on that farm, working on the land.
Uthi ke ngabo kuphela bengabantu abantsundu abalima kulaa mhlaba engazange wabona nomnye umuntu omhlophe osebenzayo ngokufana nabo phaya.
Yet, they are sitting with the money, the benefits, and everything else.
Kodwa ke ngoku aba bamhlophe ngabo bahlele bathe zafa basingathe imali bonwabile kube kusokoleka phaya ezantsi.
They even undermine us by being absent here today.
Kuyabonakala ke loo nto intoba abekho apha njengabalawuli okanye njengeemanagers.
They even undermine our people by calling them uneducated.
Basingela phantsi isidima sabantu bethu bathi namaqaba.
And even to tell them, what do you want to do with the title deed? Do you want to go and flaunt it at the tavern? Maar hy praat nie as die brandewyn syp nie.
Banazo neentloni zokuba bathi hayi asizumnika ezi-title deeds bakaloku nozithengisa phaya ezindlwaneni.
These people really undermine us on the highest level. We have seen it happen. The same thing is happening in the Cape Winelands. It's identical with what is happening here.
Naphaya eNtshona Koloni Kapa kukho imeko efana nale eyenzeka phaya eCape Winelands.
Chair, we must be decisive. We can't go from oversight to oversight and we keep on seeing the same story.
Ndicela ndibhena ndibongoza kusihlalo intoba masithathe amanyathelo asinokuqhubeka sityelela ke sisiya ku-oversight kodwa kungabikho lutshintsho.
I want to concur with the previous speakers, but there's one thing that I want to mention again.
Wakhona ke ndifuna nje ukunixelela nto.
Honorable Mteto said, he said that we must go and look and we must go and see how many of the white farmers have died so we can also take those farms away from them.
Uthi ke uhloniphekileyo uba umthetho kuyafuneka uba nathi ke siyozibonela uba mangaphi amafama amhlophe angasekhoyo ukwenzela uba nathi ke ngoku sizithathele ezaa fama kuba kaloku akusekho mntu uhlalayo phaa sizithathele ezaa fama zabo abamhlophe bangasekhoyo.
The same way they want to take shares away from the beneficiaries who has passed on.
Siqhube ngokufanayo kuba kaloku abafuni ukunika inkxaso kwi-beneficiary engasekhoyo bathi hayi mayife naloo mali.
Chairperson, we also proposed in Cape Winelands, we have said that we must come with a forensic investigation. And while the forensic investigation is going, is happening, then we must also freeze their bank accounts. The company and the white farmers who's living on that land, we must freeze the bank accounts. That was the suggestions that we have made.
Ikhona ke ingcebiso eyavela apha isithi ke kuyanyanzeleka into yoba sibe nophando olwenziwayo mhlawumbi olufana nolukaMadlanga kule nto yenzekayo ukuxhatshazwa kwenzeka apha kodwa ke xa kuqhubeka olaa phando ezaa mali zala mafama amhlophe zibanjwe zifrizwe.
And while we do this forensic investigation, together with the commission, like Honorable Andile has proposed as well, we must look into the lifestyle orders of these officials for the last 30 years.
Meaning neendleko zabo abazaqhuba ngayo zokuphila. Uphando macala.
I see you look shocked. I'm very serious. Lifestyle audits must be done when it comes to officials of this department. What role did they play here?
Sijonge indima yintoni indima abayidlalileyo kube kuphando lendlela zabo zokuphila kule minyaka engama-30 uba yeyiphi indima abayidlalileyo ukusombulula londonakele.
Because we know this equity schemes is the brainchild of white people and it was born in the wine lands. And
Siyazi into yoba ezi equity schemes liqhinga elabantu abamhlophe uba makusekwe zona kwaye eli qhinga laqala phaya eCirkwood lands.
but this equity scheme was passed in parliament. So how could officials and parliamentarians not be innocent here? They are guilty somewhere. They have eaten with these white people. And we must say it.
Kubekho abazuza okanye kubekho ukusebenzisana ke kwamagosa athile noosomashishini bakhe. Ezi Equity Schemes Act yaphasiswa eParliament. So khona nje into enorhano kule nto.
I am raising my hand. I don't care how controversial it will be. I will be one of those who will be kicking the dog until the owners comes out. Thank you.
Enkosi kakhulu siyathanda kuloo ndawo. Obekekileyo sawunika elithuba kobekekileyo kaMrharha.
Mandizibulisele nam apha endlini. Oh, okay. Ndiyibona itekngality. Mhlawumbi udule nale caps, kuthiwa ndizobonakala ngonxiba ii-caps. No, Chair, I think zimbini zintathu nje into endifuna ukuzibuza. Ndifuna ubuza imibuzo mna.
Honorable Chair, let me take this opportunity to greet everyone. I've got only 3 matters that I want to touch on.
I-first question mhlawumbi iya phaa kwi-department, Chief Director.
My first question is directed to the Chief Director of the department.
During the conceptualization of this project or equity scheme, surely there were terms of reference.
Qinisekile ke into yoba ngethuba ke niqulunqa lo mba kwezi equity schemes bezikhona in-terms of reference. It means imigaqo benizokugangatha phantsi kwayo.
Ndizama utshekitsha ke into yokuba ii-beneficiaries bezi-exposed na kwi-terms of reference okanye contracts.
I want to ask a pertinent question to say that when you were busy conceptualizing this issue, did you also include the beneficiaries? Did you explain to them how the process is going to unfold?
The second issue is in relation to the composition. Ubutsotsi mos le nto yokuba ne-structure esidibanisa umqeshi nomqeshwa only.
I can see that this thing is very suspicious because it's a corruption whereby there is a transaction between the farmer and the farm worker.
Because once you begin that process, it's all about the power relations between the employer and the employee. And there's no way that there could be genuineness clause process.
Iyabonakala kaloku loo nkqubo leyo ngokudibanisa umqeshi nomsebenzi ngoku kube kuthwana iyaxhalabisa ke imeko lo hlobo.
And that is why you question the ownership and control of a project. As I was listening to beneficiaries, was a matter in being a etafuleni.
kuyabonakala uba bekho imiba engakhange ibekwe icace. There were some matters that were not clear when they were negotiating this process.
Now, the whole project amounted to plus or minus 700 million.
Yonke ke le project kuthiwa ibalelwa phaa ku-700 billion.
No, million.
Million.
700 million between the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape. What? Yeah. Yeah. In terms of a breakdown, what was allocated for the Eastern Cape?
Xa nijonga ke isabelo mali ngaba iMpuma Koloni ninike isabelo mali esingakanani?
That's important because the total amount of budget for this scheme is around 700 million.
What into endinike ndifumanisa into yoba isabelo mali ke sesi besibalelwa kwi-700 million.
Yeah. Now, say emphasize well into your role in department. I'm worried, really. I'm worried because immediately politicians started decisions. If follow-up, yenziwa the officials. Whatever decision that politicians takes, if follow-up, irresponsibility of officials.
Into ebaluleke kufuneka siyazi into yoba xa kuthathwa isigqibo ngusopolitiki ofana nomphathiswa mhlawumbi wesebe, amagosa esebe wona anoxanduva lokuba alandelele eso sigqibo sithathwe ngulowo uphetheyo intloko yesebe.
Maybe to check with Chief Director, have you made follow-up to the project? They want a report, but have you made follow-up with problems before they petition to the Parliament?
Ingaba ke Chief Director lena ulandelela lo mcimbi phambi kokuba ugqithiselwe eParliament kuba kaloku ngokuthe wahamba isigaba ngesigaba wade ufikelela eParliament ngaba niwenzela umsebenzi wenu nina wokulandelela.
Kunale element ye trustee vis-a-vis beneficiaries. It's about illegality ke ngoku. Because xa uzawuthetha nge-trustees, surely kukhona i-acts ka-government ekufuneka zigayidile. Not everybody can interpret act ye-trustees.
Xa uthetha ngomcimbi wee-trustees kuyafuneka ngumba onokwenza ngokwezomthetho nongenelelo loburhulumente. Ingaba ke lena ikroba mhlawumbi kwelo cala nina lelisebe?
Nilwenzile lolo xanduva lokuba niyilandele le nto idibene ne-trustee because famba yona inothuse njengamagosa into yoba kube khona abantu abazibiza abazi-trustees kule process.
As the department, you are supposed to be concerned about the issue of trustees because the issue of trustees was came forward in this meeting. Therefore, as a department, you are supposed to look at that matter closely.
Ndiyayimesisha into apha report was reports as I was glancing through it. Ethi kwi-project nganye sayiqala le project kwi-beneficiaries ke ngoku. Sayiqala le project sibanga. But ngoku sileli nani.
Now there's an issue that is coming out here to say that the beneficiaries are saying we started this project maybe as 5 people, but now we are 10 people. That is also a concern about the number that you started and then where you are.
Maslungisana. Ndiyayimesisha from a report into ethi noba ngukhangela noba yeyiphi ni project kwezi projects yi-5 apha sayiqala le project siba yi-200 kodwa ngoku sesiba yi-100.
Well, now what I'm trying to find out is that there was no report to say from the presenter to say we started this project at this number. Now at this particular moment where we are this number, I didn't get that information.
Ndenzela uba uba ngaba nalo information available mhlawumbi ibe information estrengthenisha le report so that xa sihleli phantsi sidile nalo matter. Lastly, Chair, ndihambisana ne-recommendation eziza namalungu apha le forensic investigation.
Lastly, Chair, I also support the recommendations that was canvassed by the honorable members here.
Kwenzeka ntoni kwezi fama ngoku?
What is the current status of these farms as we speak?
Isafumaneka imali?
Are the people benefiting?
Ikhona iproject apha imali sangenayo khona.
Are there any projects that are making an income or running projects currently?
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Nkosi.
No, it's not. Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you, Chairperson, and the entire portfolio committee members. And my greetings goes to the owners of the land. Chairperson, mine is just to address just some few concerns that were raised by members with regards to the situation in terms of the Eastern Cape. In the Western Cape, specifically, there were no landowners. They were only shareholders. In the Eastern Cape, they are landowners. Only one project that was mentioned here, Sun Orange, they are not landowners. In the Eastern Cape, government bought the land for the very same beneficiaries who were originally farm workers. One member just posed a question as to say, how much have we spent in the Eastern Cape? In particular, yes, 91 million in the Eastern Cape in total for the 23 schemes. Which the officials, I think what is important, we need to make that information clearly available to members so that they can see each and every scheme, how much of the 91 was allocated. The one thing that I will appreciate is one question that I set with there. It's the issue of the shareholding. As I was also sitting there, I was very much concerned as to what the members were posing to us as government officials. What concerns me mostly is the issue of the 25% given to the initial project because we bought that land.
Into endixhalabisa kakhulu ngulo 25% uthe wanikwa i-beneficiaries ngoba sawuthenga lo mhlaba.
As I was sitting there, one of the questions I've been asking myself as to whether the farm owner, did he contribute to the 25% towards the 100% that government gave, or he also benefited from the 100% of government? It's something that I was just sitting there asking myself.
Bendizibuza ke ukuba ingaba umphathi fama uthe walogalelo naye kulo 25%.
What is more also concerning, which is something that I will go back committing to the portfolio committee, that we need to look at those terms of reference. How did it happen that we bought the land, we gave money? Where does the 25% comes from? Is it Busisiwe's 25%, or is it also part of government initial contribution?
Ukubuyela ke ndiphinde ndijonge ukuba ingaba lo 25% kanye alisuka phi, ingaba umfama uthe wanogalelo okanye yile ibeka karhulumente okanye ingaba ikabusisiwe umzekelo.
Because what I can categorically state, government paid for that land, paid off the farmer. Government is not owing the farmer the money. However, government requested the person to impart the skills to his farm workers.
Into endiqinisekise ngayo ukuba urhulumente yena uthengile umhlaba futhi wawubhatala ngokupheleleyo futhi wanika ixanduva umfama ukuba anike izakhono kubasebenzi befama.
So which it means this particular one, I take it upon myself to go back and see how was the arrangement of this 25% came from.
Ndizikuxanduva ke ukuba ndenze uphando uba lo 25% uthe inkqubo yakhe wahamba njani, kwenzeke ntoni, kwenzeke njani.
And this is the very same 25% as a finance person concerning me, because now the landowner who is no longer a landowner is claiming 14 million, because if you look at 57 million of the land price, his 25% will be 14 million and some odd.
Xa sijonga ke umphathi lowo wefama ingaba
The original, what the first speaker indicated, let me speak in Xhosa. Umnikazi mhlaba usise bethetha uthe umnikazi mhlaba ebesiuthenge kuye uye wathi ufuna 25% yakhe. For us ukuze simnike 25% yakhe funeka kuthengiswe umhlaba nge-57 million, which is it's the cost yomhlaba currently, which it gives 14 million as a 25%. That is where we need to go back and look, because Galoko, if we are selling umhlaba nge 25, we cannot give you 14 million. However, he is requesting 14 million from the cost price, which is 57, which is not, it's something that I won't raise my own feelings. I will just have to go back to the drawing board and provide a committee with that information. Terms of reference, I will provide the committee, but I will first have to also analyze them because they seem to differ from province to province.
Terms of reference ngoba zahlukile ngokwephondo nephondo, ndiphinde ndizise ulwazi oluphangaleleyo kwikomiti.
It was also one of the matter members of the portfolio committee that was raised to me directly by the audit committee, raising their serious concerns about the farm equity schemes in another province.
Zezinye ke zenkxalabo ezi ebezithe zaphakanyiswa ke malungu komiti ebezisuka kwezinye
So mine was just to allay the fears of the members. The rest of the questions I will hand over to the Chief Director to respond as to what role have they played as the department.
Ndiyawunikela ke kumlawulo oyintloko aphendule eminye imibuzo ukuba badlale ndima ithini njengesebe. Zezi ke into esendiphakamisile ebendikwazile ukuthi ndiphendule kuzo.
And I also want to dispel in the DT I was not part. You are now part of the problem. So we take the responsibility even if we were not the authors.
Siyalithatha ke uxanduva nangona besingekho ekuqaleni kodwa siyakuthi sithathe uxanduva. Enkosi.
All right, thank you, DTG. I will start with the questions from Honorable Maseko. The question was, what tools are we going to use in terms of conducting investigation, monitoring, and also by what time will the action be concluded, and what will be done in the meantime?
Ndiyabulela ke ndiyothatha umbuzo obusuka kumhlonitshwa uMaseko ukuba sisebenzise eziphi izixhobo, siyakusebenzisa ixesha elingakanani, zeziphi izinto ezawuthi zibekwe esweni.
Let me state that I think with regards to the department, the entity that came forth in terms of raising concerns was Lutando Farm.
I-entity ethe yeza ke yaphakamisa inkxalabo ezithile ibe yiLuthando Farm.
Then as the department, we coordinated stakeholders, which included the Provincial Department of Agriculture, the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency, and also the Citrus Growers Association.
Sithe ke sadibanisa amahlakani, our Rural Land Development, ne-Citrus Growth Association,
The Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency.
kwakunye ne-Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency.
In that discussion, we resolved that we need to appoint a private entity that will conduct a holistic assessment and audit of this equity scheme and not necessarily limited to Lutando.
Sithe ke sizawuthi sichonge umntu wangaphandle ozakuthi ibe nguye oza kujonga enze uphando engazibe ephuma phakathi eLuthando.
The HOD of the provincial department is the one spearheading that process, and it is a process that is on inception phase.
Iqhutywa ke yi-HOD.
And then with regards to Honorable Mthethwa,
Disagreement amongst the trust is a disagreement with the person that we don't know how did he get to have the 25%. How does that work? Because I was hoping you'll tell us the 25% is a ganjani and then take it from the Kulutan specifically.
Sicela usicacisele ke ngalo 25% uba uze kanjani kuLuthando ngoba bekuthe kwathengwa ifama nazo zonke iinkqubo ezikhoyo usicacisele nje ngokucaca.
basically the program itself, because it realized that some of the farm workers did not have the necessary capacity, and they also stated themselves there that they did not have the necessary capacity. Hence, the program itself was centered around having strategic partners that will assist them in terms, that will partner with them and provide that necessary capacity. Hence now there are entities that would have 25% and so forth shareholding within that particular operating company.
Into eye yavela phambili ukuba
Equity schemes program, the program or the model itself.
into iyaqapheleka ukuba abantu abaphantsi komhlaba abemi bomhlaba bebengenazo izakhono.
Yes.
Nam nditsala ngulo mcimbi kaMamas. Mamas was an MEC, the late Mamas was the MEC wale province some time ago. Bought a farm for these beneficiaries kule project. Now, ndizama ke ngurelate okukuthengwa kwale farma ngurhulumente ethengela abantu kuphinde kubekho lo 25%. Ungena phi lo 25%? Because ifama ngoku into ye-ownership and control i-addressekile apho. Ifama ithengiwe ngugovernment ithengela abantu. Andizazi ezinye iproject ezi, but kulena iclear into yoba, yabo iclear into yoba ugovernment bought ifam ethengela i-beneficiaries zabo. Meaning i-ownership reside with the people, Lo 25% ungena njani? That's the point, that's the clarity endifunayo.
Basically, what is happening there is that the entity, including the land, would be valued. Let's say it's valued at 1 million. And then if we say as government, we are buying 75% stake for the farm workers, we only pay 750 million of that. Meaning that 750,000, sorry, which is 75%. Then the remaining 20% remain on the private entity. So there's no way we would wholly buy pay the full amount of full value of the farm. So so it's bought through a proportional share of what the farm workers will own. For example, in some of them, they own 51% shareholding. The government only paid 51% of the actual value of the farm itself. So the values were both based on proportional share. All right, moving to Honorable Mteto, I think there were no questions. Honorable Mteto was just giving umkhombandlela in terms of saying what needs to be done, including proposal of a Madlanga Commission on land and also taking those offtake agreement and allocating to farmers and also educating us on the four factors of production. Honorable Nana, and we take your guide in terms of saying that this should not be a talk shop, but action-oriented intervention. This juncture on land ownership, I think my boss has responded to that. We did not mislead the farm workers because they've got a stake on land ownership in the province of the Eastern Cape. It's just that because the program was was national. Maybe I should have said some of them did.
Ndiyafuna ukukoleka ke umphathi wamebe ngaphambili apha uchaphazela into yoba hayi abasebenzi basezifama banaso nabo isabelo emhlabeni.
Did we provide training? Yes, training was provided. Whether it was sufficient or not sufficient, it is difficult at this stage to quantify its sufficiency. But maybe the investigations that are supposed to undertake will also able to respond to that.
Ndifuna ukubaleka ke ngelithi ke kukhona ubophakanyiswe ngamalungu eParlamente sithi ingaba lukhona uqeqesho lwezakhono zokulawula imali zokuthi eliye lanikwa mhlambi amagosa mhlambi ke ngangumba mhlambi lowo onokuphandwa kodwa ke lube khona uqeqeshwana abaye balunikwa lona bona umthanyana nje wabo.
Honorable Mngxitama, we note as your assertion that this is used as the cheap money-making scheme for white farmers. The question is that does the department have designated people to work with schemes?
Khona umba uphakanyiswe ngohloniphekileyo ukuba uMgxitama sithi ingathi ke ligumgedle nje eli loba kutyebisane lamafama amhlophe.
Later on, I will hand over to our colleagues from the Provincial Department of Agriculture to respond to that matter as the ones who were charged with the responsibility to provide monitoring to these schemes.
Sithi ke mna ke ndizonikela koogxa bam kuba besebe lezolimo ngabo bona abanoxanduva lokuba babeke esweni izinto okanye balandelele iinkqubo eziphathelene namafama kodwa ke olo xanduva luzokuphendulwa ngugxa wam.
Other questions that I asked was the intention, in principle, meaning the project itself, because as we come here, there is each and every project that is involved. And then for us to can have the recommendation after we have listened to the petitioners and the department, we have to have a recommendation. Now, I wanted to find out the intention. Let's say you take Lutando only and say that what is the details that the department wanted to achieve there in Lutando itself? What was the project all about? Was it that for life is going to be 75% to the farmers, 25% to the commercial farmer, or there was an intention that eventually there's going to be the total ownership? And how were you monitoring that? That's the final detail that we want to find out, that before we can make recommendations, we've got the details of what was happening, what was the department's investment detail attached to that in that specific, and I'm mentioning only one as Lutando as an example. Thank you, Chair.
Note the question, we're going to respond to it as we proceed, Honorable Member.
That we have, by your own admission, the training that we have provided is clearly not sufficient. Isn't about time that you start identifying talented youngsters who have some level of education that from the beneficiaries' families that can train to run the schemes on their own.
Honorable Member, we note that that progressive recommendation, it's something that we will take into consideration and ensure that as part of the recommendation of this investigation, it will be considered and hopefully it will be one of the avenues that we will be implementing going forward. But also,
department zange lwalunganelanga. Kodwa ke ngoku kuyabonakala within ezi equity schemes bakhona abantu abasebatsha abanokunikwa uqeqesho lokuba bakwazi nabo ukunikwa izakhono baqhube okanye bancedise kwezi equity schemes. Kuba olu qeqesho alwanelanga olu, kodwa bakhona abantu abatsha abanganikwa uqeqesho olwaneleyo ukuze nabo bancedise kulo mcimbi.
Honorable Waseko, the end goal or final intention was 100% ownership by our HDI people. So that was the end goal. Unfortunately, it was not realized. Yes, I would want to respond and then give it over to them. Some of them that I am able to provide. Oh, okay, all right. Mr. Khosani, there was a question that says, do you have the capacity? Actually, do you have officials that are allocated to monitor these schemes?
Ndibolise kwi-honorable members of parliament, ndibolise kwi-farmers, ndibolise kwi-colleagues.
Greetings to everyone, greetings to honorable members, greetings to farmers, greetings to colleagues and all protocol observers.
Yes. Now, I'm Vusi Khosani from the Department of Agriculture. Yes. Now, okay, let me perhaps explain this way. That the farm are bought, the farm are bought by our sister department and allocated to the beneficiaries. Now, therefore, the beneficiaries, they approach the Department of Agriculture for assistance in terms of infrastructure, technical advice, etc., to these farms. Now, the Department of Agriculture therefore operates in this manner that in the district office we have got managers. And then in the local municipalities, we also have got managers that are local municipalities together with officials that are responsible, for technical advice. And indeed, these officials, the officials, they look in a local municipality to find that the officials, they are looking after a number of farms or an area that's allocated to them. Part of the services that are rendered by us is the farm assessments that are done in terms of operations as well as the infrastructure requirements. That is done by those officials that we have allocated in that particular area. Now, indeed, therefore, the operation of that particular individual or official, therefore, will be looking at all the operational issues with technical advice that is given and all the work that the department is doing. That is where it stops. It does not go beyond, looking at the books, because some of them, they do not have that skill, to look at the books of the company.
kwimiba yemali. Thina nje umsebenzi wethu sinika nje ingcebiso kwimiba nje yobuchwepheshe, i-technical advice ngolasemzini. Kodwa ke unaniselwano nezinye edibene nencwadi kwatsha kwacima abangeni abethu thina pha.
And my view, honorable members, is that the monitoring of the equity scheme has to be guided by the by the contract, that has been signed, and therefore, and the department, our sister department, has to look after that contract that has been signed in terms of monitoring.
Umsebenzi wethu ke thina kukujonga nje sivumelwano sentsebenziswano esenziweyo phakathi kwesebe eli kunye ne-equity scheme kuba contract efuneke iqashelwe phakathi kwala maqela omabili.
All right, thank you.
So do I understand you to say you do not get involved even when you hear from the beneficiaries that this particular scheme is taking their money or they don't get any benefits? So you don't get involved even when there's clear evidence that our people are being robbed?
Okay. Mhlekazi, I'm sorry that we're speaking in circles. We got 2 escalations, Lutando Farm and Sun Orange. We intervened when it comes to that. So when there are issues with regards to the books, we intervene. But the only challenge is the element of resistance from the private shareholder in terms of releasing the books. So it's why now we're saying let's have an independent entity that will assess this and also assess avenues in terms of enforcing compliance to release the information. So we do intervene, Mhlekazi, when there are issues that are escalated. Oh, and then in conclusion, Chair, is to say that we are stating that we are going to conduct this assessment and with recommendations. Thank you so much.
By the department, or even ask them to see the question if they are having. So I will give 1, 2, or 3, or 4. Depending on the availability. I will recognize them. Okay, the first one. Okay, you can come forward. All right, thank you.
Should I just stand here? Or okay. I think he is fine. Okay. Thank you so much to the department for the answers that to the questions that they've responded to. I have a few questions and I have a few comments, right? So the first question is going to take us back to when the proposal or the decision was made, right, to introduce farm worker equity schemes. No, the question there is, were the farm workers consulted, right? Because the farm worker equity schemes were introduced to say that the farm workers are going to become owners in their own right.
Kuba kaloku injongo zakusekwa kwale nto yokuba abasebenzi basezifama nabo babe nezabelo kwezi fama basebenza kuzo.
But at the same time, the power dynamics have never changed.
Kodwa ke ngoku kuyabonakala uba kube kukruthwa-kruthwano and zange kutshintshe izinto.
Because the majority of these farm worker equity schemes are in the form of trusts, and the trustees are the former farm owners.
Kuyabonakala uba kukho umba we-trust nee-trustees.
It was former farm owners.
Or aba bazi-trustees ikwangabo babefudula bengabanikazi bezifama.
So the power is still in their hands. The beneficiaries have no decision-making power.
Ineneni ke ngoku kuyabonakala uba amagunya okanye abantu abanamandla ngala mafama la ayingabanikazi beefama. Kodwa abasebenzi bezifama bona abanakwa-magunya bazibhula zikalutshana.
So essentially, I just want clarity whether farm workers consulted. That's number one.
Umbuzo wokuqala ke nam masubambe xa kwakusekwe ezi equity schemes ingaba kwaboniswana kusini na nabasebenzi abasebenza ezifama.
Number two, so the farm equity schemes are introduced, right? More than 700 million is invested.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku xa kwakusekwa ezi equity schemes kwabizwa okanye kwabakho imali okanye inkxasomali ebalelwa ku-700 million eyaye yafakwa kulo mcimbi.
So this was back in the early 90s, right? And then there are issues that arise while these farm worker equity schemes are administered.
Ewe ke ngoku kwenzeke kodwa ngoku kwimiba ke neengxaki ezivelayo logama kuqhubeke ezi equity schemes.
To the point where a moratorium was issued to halt the farm worker equity schemes.
Ngokuba kwathathwa isigqibo soba le meko okanye le nkqubo mayimiswe mayinqunyanyiswe ngenxa yoba kuvela kolu kruthwa-kruthwano.
The department further invests or spends millions, I'm not sure of the amount, I think it's more than 30 million, to conduct an investigation that was called the Zalo report.
Kukho ke uphando lwenziwa lisebe ebalela ku-30 million ekuthiwa yiZalo report nalo ngoku liye labandakanya ukuze lenze uphando kule meko iqhubekayo kwezi equity schemes.
This Zalo report was released in 2013 and it had recommendations.
Ingxelo ke yakhutshwa ngo-2013 yaza nezindululo nemikhomba-ndlela kule ntlekele.
Question is, were those recommendations implemented? If not, why not?
Nanku umbuzo endinawo, ingabe izindululo zala ngxelo ingaba zaye zaphunyezwa okanye zamiliselwa uba akunjalo utheni?
And if I'm not mistaken, the official from the department said that there's another audit being done now, meaning that they're spending more money to investigate.
Uthi ke ngoku enye into evela lukhona ngokunye uphando lwenziwayo. Kutsho ke ngoku ingxelo esuka lisebe ndiyabhideka ke ngoku. Kukho olunye uphando kubekho nophando lwesibini.
So now, why should the beneficiaries here have trust in this current audit when we have the old report that had recommendations that were never implemented?
Kuyabonakala ngoku abantu baxhalabile bazokuthemba njani ukuba kukho ixoxo olwenziwayo kodwa zange kwaphunyezwa zindululo zala ngxelo yangaphambili. Abantu banexhala.
And then lastly, the department knew that they were working with farm workers, right, that needed training. And we have quite a number of beneficiaries here. Maybe by a show of hands, can we just ask how many of them actually received the training? There's one, there's two. Sorry, is it two hands? Three. Out of how many people here? I'm not even sure, right? So why is it that proper training was not conducted or given to these farm workers? And then, sorry, I just have one last one before I hand over to my colleague here. So, we have been working with beneficiaries for quite a number of years, right? And the reason they come to us is because they're not getting the answers from the department. Why is the so who are the officials that have been designated to assist the beneficiaries? We want their names because the beneficiaries are here. They come to us because they're not getting assistance from the department.
basebenzisane nee-beneficiaries ingaba ngoobani abo bantu siyawafuna amagama abo kuba kaloku abantu beza kuthi befuna uncedo so sifuna ke la magama namhlanje achaza ube sesihlangananeni uthi nam ubani ebenike uxanduva lokusebenzisana nee-beneficiaries kuba kaloku sithi ngoku abancedisana nezi-beneficiaries.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Protocol is observed. My colleague Sipesihle asked most of our questions from the back. I just have a couple that I wanted clarity on. My question.
Ndifuna nje ukuthi gqabagqaba kuba uSipesihle ugxa wam uzamile noko ukuvelela phaa naphaa.
My apologies. I was just asked. Okay. Uti, must I speak louder? Oh, okay, sorry. My apologies. My name is Gqeberha Cindy, and I work at the Legal Resources Center. I'm based in the Makhanda office.
Gqeberha Cindy, ndisebenza Legal Resources Center, phaya kulaa mmandla waseMakhanda.
All right, thank you. My question would be based on the Zala report and the independent report as well. Just another point of clarity that I wanted to piggyback on my colleague is, what would the difference be between the Zala report and this independent report? And then I heard an official speak on the trust deeds and say that these trust deeds were supposed to manage the trusts. But part of the trust deeds speak about a protector. And these protectors are supposed to be officials of the department. They are named. But clearly they did not do their duties. So even if we were to elect more officials to help with governing these trusts, what assurances can we give to the beneficiaries that this will be done? Then my final question has to do with that some of the beneficiaries have been to the department. And then the department had the Zala report. That means that the department knows what's happening in these schemes. And they know the issues that have been raised in these schemes. So my main question is, I wanted to know, is there currently a mechanism that's being used in the department to assist beneficiaries with participation in terms of accessing support in these schemes? Then my last point is not a question, it's just an observation. The last official spoke about not being able to access documentation. And that's the same issue. And that's the same issue that beneficiaries have been fighting about. So if the department says they can't access the documents and the beneficiary says they can't access the document, then who's supposed to be accessing these trust documents, these financial statements?
Ukuba ke ngoku la macelo omabini akakwazi ukuza neenkcazelomali okanye namaxwebhu enkcazelomali, ii-beneficiaries azikwazi ukufumana la maxwebhu enkcazelomali, ne-department ithi hayi asinawo la maxwebhu enkcazelomali, ubani ke ngoku makancede omnye kuthiwani?
Yeah, it's not the duty of civil society
Ayingomsebenzi wethu thina njengabameli babahlali lo
to A, train the beneficiaries
wokuba siqeqeshe ii-beneficiaries
and B, obtain documentation.
ibe kwasithi abasingathe la maxwebhu.
Thank you.
Enkosi.
Chair, can I quickly say, whilst you are on your way sitting down, some of my colleagues proposed a commission of inquiry, and it looks like we've got two evidence leaders already in you.
I think I would give 10 minutes to the department to respond to some of the issues that have already been raised here.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. I am smiling, not because I'm smiling. Chairperson, here we are talking about the trusts, which access to some of the documents are not as easy as getting into my office. The reason why the department, because at head office we discussed this, to request for the SIU, because they have the subpoena authority to subpoena the trust. Authority. Yes. So we are not trying now to invent the already invented will like Uzalo, because we've got the report. However, to get to the nitty-gritties, we have to have that authority. That's the reason why we are saying the department is requesting SIU to intervene. We are not going to appoint a company for another 30 million. Ezinye izinto zawuphendulwa ngutata walapha.
Some of the issues will be addressed by the Chair.
All right, thank you so much. I think I had stated that e-consultations were done and also training was conducted as well. We note the issue of power dynamics that are in existence, and yes, I think my boss has responded to the issue of Zalo report. When we formulate these programs, we formulate these programs with good intentions. But however, some of them we've got limited precedence in terms of learning from. But however, as the department, as we move forward, we take lessons and improve our statute so as to close the gaps that we identified during the implementation process.
Njengesebe ke sifundile okusekugqithile siyakuthi sizame ukuba khona izinto esizenzayo ukuvala le misansa ibangele ukuba kungabikho ukuphumelela.
The officials that were tasked, I think Ulutando Farms, Mr. Gqeberha has been coming, even they produced a report in terms of their challenges, though handicapped by the fact that the private stakeholder was not releasing information.
Umnumzana uGqeberha ebemane siza ke
Even on the other one of Sun Orange that was escalated, the district director came here several times, but we were handicapped by the fact that the beneficiaries had sold their stake.
bekukhona sisaqaphela ke ba i-beneficiaries besithengise
Their stake on the business.
i-stake zazo kushishino.
Yes. I think that is all. That is all. My boss spoke about Sabina and so forth. That is all. Thank you.
Ngakungakho ke umphathi wami bethethile ngeSabina inkosi.
Thank you. Honorable members, for your probing questions and your comments, your suggestions.
Ndiyabulela bahlonitshwa ngemibuzo yenu kwakunye neentetho zenu enithenazifaka neengcebiso zenu.
I do also want to thank the representatives of the farm worker equity schemes
Ndingathanda ukubulela ke nabameli be-farm worker equity skills
for their very lucid inputs,
ngokugalelo lwabo ke olubalulekileyo.
and also the department representatives for their inputs.
Siyabulela ke nakwisebe ngogalelo lwabo.
There is a local member of the local legislature, Honorable Pillay. I would, before I could actually wind up, I would also like to give him an opportunity to say something.
Phambi koba ndivale ndingathanda ukunikeza ithuba kumhlonitshwa uPillay olilungu lememba yeParlamente yephondo ukuba kube khona into ayithethayo.
Why I'm giving him the chance, the opportunity at the very last, as the very last contributor to the discussion is that they too also have responsibilities of oversight.
Isizathu ke sokuba ndimnike ithuba lokuba benogalelo ukuba nabo baneuxanduva kwi-oversight.
And they are closer, more closer than we are to the issues that have actually been raised here.
Ngabona ke basondeleyo kakhulu kuluntu kwakunye nemiba ethe yaphakanyiswa apha ngaphezu koba thina sisondele.
Yeah, so one would expect that they are more, they are more au fait with what is happening here than most of us are, who are actually coming from the National Assembly.
Umuntu ke angalindela ukuba ngabona banolwazi ngezinto ezenzekayo apha ngaphezu kwethu thina abantu basuka kundlunkulu eParliament.
So his perspective on the matters is very, very valuable for us as members of the National Assembly.
Ugalelo lwakhe ke lona luyawuthi lube lubalulekile ukodlula olwethu thina abantu basuka kwi-National Assembly.
Honorable Pillay.
Hlonitshwa uhlonipheke uPillay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the National Assembly, the honorable members, and the department officials, all the stakeholders here. Let me bring you the warm greetings from the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature.
Ndiyabulisa kuye wonke ke umuntu okhoyo malungu eParlamente kwakunye noluntu mele iparlamente yephondo.
I fully understand that the chairperson, when you are saying that, in fact, even me, I was not interested to get into the terrain. But while we were listening to something which started from 203 and another one started from 206, after 20 years, after 2 decades, we are sitting here. I had 2 questions to ask to the Department of Land Affairs, Land Reform.
Ndinemibuzo emibini ke kwisebe ndiyaqaphela uba le micelimngeni ineminyaka engapha kwamashumi amabini isenzeka. Ikhona imibuzo endifuna uyibuza.
South Africa is not a federal system, but unfortunately, sometimes the provincial legislature, when it comes to the portfolio committees, how it works is different from the National Assembly.
Uhlobo ke iphondo lisebenza ngalo eMzantsi Afrika lohlukile kuhlobo ekusetyenzwa ngalo kwi-National Assembly ngokwenkqubo yaseMzantsi Afrika.
For example, we want to get some issues from Department of Reform but unfortunately, sometimes our authority does not allow them. We can ask questions, but in our oversight, it will be Department of Agriculture. That makes, and it is not the mistake of the National Assembly, it's not mistake of the provincial legislature, but the way we crafted that one, it actually gives a bit of difficult to interfere with these matters.
Ikhona ke imida ekhoyo xa sifuna ukwenza ungenelelo siliphondo singurhulumente wephondo singakwazi ukufikelela singayibuza imibuzo kodwa sikwazi ukufikelela ncakasanye phaa kwisebe.
But those are all water under the bridge. What I want to say is that it is our singular honor and the privilege to thank the National Portfolio Committee and the honorable members to come here and look into what has been happening in these particular schemes.
Singathanda ukubulela kakhulu ke kwikomiti nakumalungu abekekileyo ukuba bazokujonga ukuba kwenzeka ntoni kanye kwezi schemes.
It is so unfortunate that the people supposed to be empowered using a scheme, unfortunately, cannot utilize that.
Kulilishwa ke ukuba abantu kufuneka bexhotyisiwe kusetyenziswa ischeme kodwa sibona kungaphumeleli okanye kungenzeki ngaloo ndlela.
So I am sure that, and also I need to appreciate the people who came here from the petitioners and other stakeholders, as our honorable members have been talking about it. I am reiterating that the articulation you are making here actually touching our hearts and mind. And certainly I promise to the chairperson of the this portfolio committee that we as the portfolio committee, we need to find a way how we get into this space.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu ke kubantu bepetition bethe beza bazokuthetha apha singamalungu ke siyawuzama ngandlela zonke uba sifikelela njani ekusombululeni le nyewe.
Before I sit down, I know that we are not here to enjoy the breathtaking landscape of Eastern Cape or the province of the legends. But it's a matter of people, a simple thing that from 1 hectare, we are supposed to get 30 to 35 or 40 tons of citrus. Then only it can be profitable. But the report is suggesting that it can't even reach 20. That itself is probing to our minds. I'm trying to say that from 1 hectare, we are supposed to produce 20 tons. Is that the report saying? It is supposed to be more than 35 to be profitable or viable business project. So that is a simple thing. So I'm saying that this kind of meetings definitely open up the minds, and certainly this will accelerate the projects of the department to see how best we can do. Lastly, we sincerely thank all the people who came here. I know it's why I'm saying that this kind of listening is also making us, sometimes we need to be proactive and we need to extrapolate our responsibility, which may be limited by the Constitution, but we will do that and be really saying to the chairperson and the honorable members that we can see that there is a need to step in where there are meaningful silence. Engosi Kakulu.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay. Okay, way forward.
Ubheka phambili.
What we are going to do as this committee, we are going to go back to Parliament
Into esizakuyenza ke siyile committee siyakuthi sibuyele eParlamente.
take all the issues that have been raised here.
Sithathe yonke imiba ethe yaphakanyiswa apha.
We are going to further interrogate these issues by way of inviting relevant stakeholders.
Siyakuthi senze uphando ubheka phambili simeme amahlakane wonke achaphazelekayo.
I think the first person to come before the committee would be the minister himself.
Umuntu oqala kofuneka ame phambi kwekomiti yakuba ngumphathiswa uqobo.
Followed by the Director General of the department.
Alandelwe ke umlawuli jikelele wesebe.
There are entities within the department that would be directly involved or should be directly involved
Zikhona indawo kwapha kwisebe ezawuthi zichaphazeleke okanye zifakwe ngqo.
in providing interventions to the challenges that have actually been articulated here.
Ekuziseni ke ungenelelo mayela nemicelimngeni ethe yaphakanyiswa okanye yathethwa kule ndawo.
After that process, we will then compile a report
Emva kwalo nkqubo siyakuthi siqulunqe ingxelo
with recommendations to the Speaker,
enezindululo eziya kusomlomo.
and that report would see its way to Parliament
Lo ngxelo ke iya kuthi ifikelele eParlamente
and be debated and be resolved upon, after which then the recommendations would then become binding to the department.
kube khona ke ingxoxo ngamalungu eParlamente kuziswe izisombululo ithi ke ngoku ibe izawubuyiselwa ke ngokwisebe isebe kwafuneka lilandele ezo zindululo zibekwe apha.
And the recommendations would need to be implemented.
Ezo zindululo zawuzana eParlamente kuya kufuneka ukuba zisetyenziswe.
It would appear that equity schemes are intention entle. There was good intention.
Kuyabonakala ke ba i-equity schemes zazinenjongo ezintle kakhulu.
But the biggest problem was the implementation.
Ingxaki ke yakuba ukuzisebenzisa ngendlela eyiyo.
And our people were actually thrown into the deep end of things without proper guidance and proper preparation.
Abantu bethu bathe bafakwa entweni apho bengakhange baxhotyiswe balungiselelwa ukuba bangathi benze kanjani.
You see, sitting there listening, the citrus business is a very complicated and very, sophisticated kind of business operation.
Njengoba ndihleli phaa ndimamele ndiqaphela ke ukuba umba we-citrus ngumba onzima kakhulu.
I just cannot understand why the department has not actually prioritized capacity building.
Andikwazi ukuyiqonda kakuhle ukuba kutheni isebe libe alikakwazi ukuxhobisa okanye ukulungisa kakuhle le nto.
For this operation for it to go in tandem with the operation, so that whilst abantu bethu be involved in these operations, but they are also being prepared.
Ukwenzela njengoba kusenzeka ezi nkqubo abantu bethu zingenzeki zodwa nje ecaleni kodwa abantu bethu nabo baxhotyiswe balungiselelwe ukuba bathathe inxaxheba ngokukuko.
Somebody mentioned the issue of power dynamics. That is very important.
Ukhona ke umuntu othethe ngemiba yamandla neziphathamandla okubaluleke kakhulu.
Ngeli xesha sise Western Cape.
Why you were in the Western Cape?
Some of the beneficiaries of these schemes were too scared and terrified to speak in front of their bosses.
abanye be-beneficiaries ze-schemes babesoyika kakhulu ukuba bathethe phambi koobhosi babo.
That is the power dynamics.
Kulapho ke indaba yeziphathamandla ivela khona ukungalingani ngokwamandla.
In the Eastern Cape, the beneficiaries are landowners.
Empuma Koloni beneficiaries ngabanini mhlaba.
Kodwa manje, the power dynamics actually does not actually relate kahle to that reality ukuthi ama beneficiaries are landowners.
Kodwa yonke lento iyavaleleka kanye ayibonakali kungenxa yalento bendithethe ngayo yeziphathamandla ukuba abantu bangabanini mhlaba.
The mindset of our people is isekutheni these are the landowners are actually still the same people who are supposed to be say labo bantu okufanele ngabe manje sebephumile ama landowners yibona who are in total control of their destinies, of the properties that are in question right now. But now, the mindset of our people has not actually been prepared. Ukuthi bazi ukuthi now they are in charge of their own properties.
Uhlobo wabantu bethu abantu bakuthi ababona ngalo lento bendithethe ngayo bakhange baxhotyiswe ngoku abaziboni besengabo abanini mhlaba ngoba khange babe balungiselelwe ukuba bangabanini mhlaba ngokwasengqondweni.
So in short, abafowethu in the department, they still have a lot of work to do.
Ukuvala ke abantu bethu kanye oogxa bethu kwisebe banomsebenzi omninzi ekusafuneka bewenzile.
We are going to then, after lunch, go out and visit these projects in Lutando. I'm not sure whether we will be going to see the project in Lutando and all those projects that were spoken about here, because it's good to go to Masesi corner. We should actually have the first-hand information of what actually is happening out there.
Emva koba sityile ke siyawuthi sityelele ezi projects andiqinisekanga uba sakufikelela ke kuLuthando. Nangona kubalulekile ukuba xa sithe sathetha apha funeka siyobona kakuhle pha ekuqaleni uba kwenzeka ntoni kwezi fama.
I do want to thank you all of you.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu kuni.
Yeah. And now dadewethu ngiyabonga kakhulu for your services. Thank you. Lwazi, if you could just come up here and usinikeze the housekeeping issues. Where to from here and what is going to happen.